Means Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with the House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing of bills referred to the Ways and Means. These are primarily second committee bills. The executive sessions on pending legislation may be held. Please note, there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91-A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@lake.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. I want to introduce the staff that are on the meeting assisting us. Jennifer Floor, committee researcher. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let's start the meeting by taking a roll call of attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. Okay, Representative Bernstein, if you take the attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to you. It's March 10th, 2021, 9:03 a.m., and you can smell spring in the air. Let's begin roll call with Representative Patrick Abrami.
Yeah, here in my home in Stratham. My wife's in the house.
Representative Mary Griffin. Representative O'Leary.
Here at home, my wife's someplace.
Representative Ober.
Here in Hudson with the 6 cats.
Representative Doucette.
On in Salem.
Good morning. Your clerk is in Nottingham, New Hampshire, in his home office by himself. Representative Robert Elliott.
Here in Salem, New Hampshire, and my wife is in the other room.
Good morning, sir. Representative John Janigian.
Here in my home office in Salem, and my wife is somewhere in the house.
Representative Herschel Nunez.
Good morning, Mr. Clerk, and good morning, colleagues. I'm home alone in Pelham, New Hampshire.
Good morning. The very dapper dressed Representative Tim Baxter.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and good morning to you, and I'm home alone.
Representative Spilsbury.
Home alone in Charlestown.
Good morning. Representative Tudor.
Home alone in Northwood.
Representative Susan Almy.
Home alone in Lebanon. There are 2 people with telephone numbers and attendees. Maybe one of them is Mary.
We'll check at the end. Representative Richard Ames.
Yes, I'm here alone in my home office in Jaffrey.
Representative Southworth.
Home alone in Dover.
Representative Malloy.
At home in Greenland, New Hampshire.
Representative Schamberg.
I'm here in Wilmot and my wife's out skiing.
Nice. Representative Edith Tucker.
Yes, I'm home alone in Randolph.
Good morning. Representative Gomarlo.
I'm home alone in Swansea, and I've asked Jen if either of those phone numbers are people of ours.
Okay. Representative Loftman. Representative Loftman. Representative Gorg.
Good morning. I am here and alone.
Good morning. Representative Hacken Phillips.
Good morning. I am coming to you from my office in Concord alone.
Good morning. Representative James Murphy.
Good morning. I am in my home office alone in Hanover. Thank you.
And Chairman Norman Major.
Good morning. I'm in my home office in Plasto and my wife is in the house.
Okay, unless one of those phone numbers is Mary Griffin, Mr. Chair, there are 22 of us present and 2 of us are not here.
Do we know who the phone numbers are?
Not at this time. I think Mary could raise her hand if it is her. And also I'm wondering if one of them is Representative Bixby, because he's first on the list to speak to his bill.
Jen, remind them how to raise your hand if you're on your. on the phone.
*6 to raise your hand. No, *6 to unmute and *9 to raise your hand.
Janine, can you let Commissioner Jasper in?
Yes.
And just an FYI, Janine, neither of those numbers are Mary's.
Okay. Thank you.
Just talked to my wife. She talked to Mary 3 days ago and she wasn't feeling well at all.
Okay. I'll also add, Representative Major, that Representative Pearl is in the attendees and he's second on the list to testify.
Okay, might as well let him in.
Okay. And that appears to be the only two, Bixby and Pearl.
Okay, all right. This is a public hearing on House Bill 532-, an act creating an animal records database. We are the second committee being referred to on this bill. The first committee, Environment and Agriculture, passed it, and it passed the full House, and we now have it. And we're to look at anything that would affect revenues. So I would like to have the prime sponsor, Representative Bixby, introduce this bill. And remember, I'm just going to speak to the revenue aspects of this.
We don't have Representative Bixby, but we do have Representative Pearl and the Commissioner.
Okay, Representative Pearl, do you want to introduce the bill?
Sure, I can. I wasn't prepared to do that exactly, so I'm going to have to wing it a little bit. Good morning, members of the Ways and Means Committee. For the record, my name is Representative Howard Pearl, representing Merrimack District 26, the towns of Loudon, Canterbury, Northfield, Boscawen, and Ward 3 of Franklin. I'm here today to introduce House Bill 532, establishing a animal records database. Excuse me. So this bill, as Representative Major stated, it came to the Environment and Agricultural Committee, and it's a bill that was in the works from last year as well. We made some significant changes through the amendment process when it came into our committee. This bill does establish an animal database, and in its original form would have tracked health certificate transfers, as well as it would have included rabies certificates. And there was several fees that were associated with the health certificates and with the rabies certificates. The committee spent a long time on this bill, especially behind the scenes. Representative Bixby and I probably have close to 40 hours into fixing this bill and making some changes and getting it to the fine form that is being presented to you today. And some of the major changes that we made is we removed all of the fees that were in the bill, and we made them into an appropriation. Again, I'm winging this here. I don't have the notes on this one exactly, so my apologies if I stumble a little bit. We also added a lot of database security into the bill because there was some issues with that. And we added in a DOIT position because we worked with Commissioner Jasper and with Commissioner Goulet from DOIT. And we found that there was a real need for a DOIT position inside of the agricultural department, not only for this bill, but other areas where they're already working. They were really short. So we decided we would just address it completely in this bill and put one full-time person in. I'll let the commissioner speak more to that, but I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, they had like 1/20th of one person dedicated to doing their DOIT work, which translates to roughly 2 hours a week, and they were falling short in that area as well. So we did add that in. Sort of a little bit of the background on this, not to take up too much of your time, but in the 2019 budget, there were some changes that were made in requirements for becoming a pet vendors and registering as a pet vendor. Excuse me. The threshold was cut right in half, and it swept in a whole group of other people that are breeders that were transferring animals and that hadn't originally had to register as a pet vendor. So when the department was asked to manage this, they were doing it by tracking health certificates, and the commissioner again can speak to that. But we received testimony in E&A that they were receiving somewhere. I mean, it was an astronomical number, 60 or 80,000 of these certificates a year that they were trying to manage and track, and they were all coming in paper form. They still are. And so what this database will do is it will move them up to the 21st century and allow them to, the veterinaries, to directly enter that information and into the database. And therefore the department will not have to try and figure out how to manage these. And again, the commissioner can speak to what they've been doing. They've set up some type of a Excel spreadsheet or something of that form that they've been trying to re-enter these certificates in. And it's very problematic. And basically they can't do their job. They can't do what was mandated of them. So we, in a nutshell, we brought this back down. We narrowed it down to just health certificates. There is some areas within the bill that are dealing with using monies for other dedicated funds, which is why it's in front of you for the initial setup. But the funding of the bill itself will come from the appropriation that we've put in. I think I'm going to stop there because I've covered most all of it, and I don't want to ramble on too far. And I'll open up for questions and answer what I can. And again, some of the technical questions about part of it you may want to throw to the commissioner as well. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that I'm able to.
Thank you, Representative Pearl. Questions from the committee. Representative Bromley, followed by Representative Almy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Pearl. I'm looking at the fiscal note, and I have a sinking feeling that the fiscal note was before the bill was amended. One thing it says is that there's a $2 fee. Yes. The bill establishes a $2 fee on the submission of animal health certificates. Is that fee gone?
Yes, it is. And my apologies. That was one other point that I meant to mention. The fiscal note was on the original bill. It was not updated. I had spoken with Dave Alaconis about updating this fiscal note when it was in our committee, and he informed me that he was not able to do that until it passed the House floor. I was under the assumption that when it came to you as a second committee bill that would have been done, but I see it was not. Again, my apologies on not mentioning that. That was part of my notes. I guess I skipped over quickly here.
But can I do a follow-up, please?
Oh.
Yeah, so when I look at the bill itself on page 4, and it does talk about transfer of funds. There's certain, like the product scale testing fund, and well, let's stay with that one, for instance. So that's still in place in the bill. There's still going to be transfer of funds from certain dedicated funds. Is that correct?
That is correct. I would defer you to the commissioner to give you some real details on that, as he is much more versed on those individual funds than I am.
You just for the record, members who were here last year, we spent a lot of time on this bill as well, so we're somewhat familiar with it. Thank you.
You did, and is much appreciated. When we adopted the language, we used the suggestions that were made last year in the Ways and Means Committee, so we appreciate that work.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Representative Almy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also spent a lot of time working on this last year, and on the new version of this, which takes out the fees, then makes no way, as far as I can tell, to reimburse the two funds that are being rated from. And we determined last term that the agricultural product and scale testing, which is actually mostly animal feed sales, that one is receiving in more money than it really needs and has built up quite a surplus that could be used. But it wasn't enough for the objective, which was to create the software for this new database. And so they added in the Integrated Pest Management Fund, which only had a surplus because they had been without an integrated pest management staffer for, I forget, a couple of years at least. And integrated pest management is really important to agriculture and in this state. And the idea at the time was that if those new fees came in enough, they would completely reimburse the Integrated Pest Management Fund, and then as much as they could within 2 years, after which it would just stabilize, they would reimburse the animal feed program, which oversees all of our pet food mostly, but also animal food for farmers, and make sure that people aren't being sold things that are dangerous. So that's my brief version of it. So my question is, have you discussed what is going to happen to the Integrated Pest Management Program of New Hampshire with no extra money coming in and those two funds being what we call, when we're not being polite, raided? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate you filling in some of the background and the blanks. I was trying to keep it brief. I'm going to defer a lot of the technical parts of that to the commissioner, because he has done a lot of work on those funds and what the sustainability of them and what their ability is to have some funds withdrawn from them. I will add this. The committee looked at the fee portion of this bill for a long time and had a good amount of discussion about it. And we really felt that the legislature had enacted this this requirement on the department back in the 2019 budget. And we didn't feel that it was fair to put that onto the backs of all of the animal owners of the state of New Hampshire through the fees on rabies certificates and health transfers. By putting a $2 fee on the rabies certificates, you virtually are affecting every animal owner in the state of New Hampshire. And we just did not feel that was fair, as it was good policy for New Hampshire animal agriculture and for the pet owners. And so we stripped that out of it, and I guess you can use the word rated. I'm fine with that. We still feel that those funds are being used within the agricultural community, and so we didn't have as big of an issue. But I do understand there was concern with the IPM, and I know that Commissioner Jasper has a lot of information that he can share on that. So I'll defer the details to him.
Okay. All set, Representative Almy? There's no
Yes.
hands up?
Yes, for the moment.
Okay. Since no other hands up, Commissioner Jasper.
Good morning. For the record, I am Commissioner Sean Jasper of the New Hampshire Department of Agriculture, Markets and Food, and it's always a pleasure to be before my former committee that I was a member of for several terms in my former life as a state representative. There are a lot of questions out there. It might be more productive, but I leave that to you, for us to just fill in the blanks and talk about this through the questions rather than me rambling on, which I'm always happy to do anyhow, but you might prefer to get to the points by asking questions. I could, of course, respond to some of Representative Almy's questions first if you'd like me to.
Did you want to respond to any of her comments?
Sure. So, while, frankly, I am a proponent of fees for user fees, which this primarily would have been, the House decided to take that out, which complicates things. And so there is a $250,000 appropriation within the bill to fund the ongoing maintenance. Now, what is not appropriate at this point, and we are expecting a updated fiscal note from Commissioner Goulet as to the cost of the new position. That is also not in the bill, and so that'll be somewhere in the vicinity of of $100,000. So the total cost without the fee to the general fund would be about $350,000 annually. In terms of the funds, right from the beginning, I recognize that it was probably going to be pretty much impossible to get $1 million appropriation, which is our estimate, working with various vendors of what it might cost to actually develop this program. And so between that and the fee, I was trying to make this whole program neutral to the general fund. That was before we really realized that it was going to be necessary to have an IT person as well. So the product and scale testing fund, which is somewhat misnamed because it really has nothing to do with scale testing. For some reason, money was coming out of here related to weights and measures in the scale testing, but no revenue comes into it from that. So this is really all just money that comes in from animal products, animal foods and treats and anything that an animal might consume. So that fund is estimated in this next year to peak out at a balance of about $1.7 million. You know, of course, that's an estimate. Right now, we closed out fiscal year 20 with about $1.5 million left in the fund. Due to the COVID pandemic and the governor's orders to reduce our budgets, we've pulled more out of this budget to avoid layoffs in the department. And so with that taken into consideration, at the end of fiscal year 23, we're anticipating a balance of in that fund of still about $900,000. Now, and I will tell you that since the governor last week opened the budget up a little bit because of the revenues increasing, I'm probably going to seek permission to get some of the money back in these two funds that we have budgeted for ongoing operations, because neither of these funds will be sustainable if this becomes the way we try to fund the department. So obviously going from $1.5 million in 20 to $900,000 in 23 without taking any money out for this program makes this fund non-sustainable. As to the pesticides fund, we closed out fiscal year 20 with just over $2 million in it. And we're looking to budget about $750,000 out of that between the normal programs that we do. And we've asked, and the governor did include it in House Bill 2, a provision to allow us to fund the division, part of the division from that fund. So that $750,000 of expenditure compares to about $500,000 of income. So again, is not sustainable at that level long term, but this was a stopgap measure. We're projecting that with that, without anything to do with the database, we ended up about $1.5 million left in the fund at the close of fiscal year 23. So drawing that down for budgetary purposes by about $500,000. So between the two funds, we're projecting that we would close out fiscal year 23 with just about $2 million in the fund, which leaves us plenty of money between the two funds to fund this database. And so I'll stop there. And
you really worked hard in trying to accomplish this.
Well, we're not doing the job that the legislature has mandated us to do. And the only way to do it is with a database. So as Representative Pearl said, we're doing everything manually, but what he didn't tell you is there's about 80,000 health certificates that are issued in the state a year. We don't receive anywhere near 80,000 here because we have no way to file them. We have no way, even if we got them, we don't have enough room to have filing cabinets to put those 80,000 documents in a year. So primarily, some veterinarians just send them in, but most of the ones we get is are the ones that we request because we suspect there may be people who are operating as pet vendors without a license, or we're, something related to that, and we request from, in one case, we looked at a range of veterinarians within the location of the person we suspected was a pet vendor, and requested the records from all of those veterinarians. And in some cases, we had to request them several times because we suspect some, didn't want to be seen as ratting out, if you will, on their client. So it's very time consuming, and then we had to sort through all of those. And having a database would allow us to do those type of searches with a push of the button and be able to comply with what the state would do. Being in the, dealing with pet vending is not something the Department of Agriculture really wants to be doing, but it's what you've told us you want us to do. And so we need to do it the best we can. And this is the only way that we can even come close to doing what you've asked us to do.
Thank you, Commissioner. Representative Bromley has a question.
Commissioner, always good to see you.
Good to see you.
So, so the two funds, Agriculture Product Fund and the Integrated Pest Management Fund, I just want to make sure I'm clear on this, are going to be used to fund the development of the software. Is that correct?
That is correct, because currently they're both carrying a balance higher than anything we could possibly anticipate needing that balance for.
Okay. And follow up would be, and then instead of asking for a $2 fee for rabies vaccinations or whatever, you've now chosen a $350,000 annual appropriation to maintain the database.
Well, we haven't asked for that. That was not something we were proponents of. That was what the Environment and Ag Committee decided to do. They didn't want the fee. That's the legislative prerogative. My job was to come up with a way to fund this. They also didn't feel that it was necessary to have the rabies certificates included in this. And that's fine. It does make the program a little bit simpler. We just felt that at the time that was probably something that was a good thing to do, but it's not necessary for our mission. Would have helped town clerks and police departments, but really not the Department of Agriculture. So while this probably doesn't change the maintenance fee, if there were a fee in here just on the health certificates, which we're changing to certificates of transfer, we would probably be looking at a fee of, for the total cost to make this revenue neutral, probably be in the vicinity of $4.50 or so to make it totally revenue neutral. And that needs to be weighed against the fact that, when you're looking at transfers, particularly of dogs, you can be looking at cost of about $2,000 a dog. I mean, obviously some are much less than that, but you're still talking hundreds. The veterinary examination is not going to be cheap. So, our particular feeling is that a fee of, $4.50 or $5 a transfer certificate is very reasonable and not a burden, but that's not our call. That is the legislature's call to make. I just wanted to put it into perspective for you.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Follow up.
Okay, so this is something that you're proposing here. It's not in the bill. The Agriculture Committee didn't recommend this, but this is, you're saying that if we did not want a general fund appropriation, this is for the ongoing money?
Yes.
$4.50. If we don't want to go to the general fund to get money to maintain these programs, that a $4.50 fee on health certificates is one option that we could consider. That's what I'm hearing. Is that correct?
That's our best estimate, and that, and with the fact that we actually don't know how many health certificates are currently being issued because we don't receive them all.
Right.
Our best estimate is the 80,000 a year. And so if you do the math based on that, you know, come close to 450 to cover the total expenses.
And Mr. Chair, I have one more follow-up. So the two funds, the Agriculture Product Fund and the Integrated Pest Management Fund, refresh our memories as to, under normal times or current times, where does that money go? Who is it? Just to wind up in your general budget?
No.
Defray
Well,
normal commission thing? How are those dollars spent now?
sure. So the Product and Scale Testing Fund is a fund that we are free to use however we want based on the budget. So we have been budgeting all of our vehicles through that fund. We have been budgeting the Director of Weights and Measures and other, at least another position there. So in normal times, we have been spending around, you know, probably on average about 400 to 500,000 in that, and it's been bringing in about $500,000 of revenue. It has been growing slightly, and that varies. So what I've done in this current budget is have it more aligned more accurately. Now, for savings and looking at our fleet, we've decided to forego buying new cars. We may have one or two in there this time, but primarily focusing on using that to avoid layoffs. So we've moved that up to total expenditure of $900,000 versus a revenue of $500,000 in round numbers. So that's why not sustainable. That's why I'm hoping to talk to the other representative, Ober, who is the division chairman for my budget, to see if we can at least do something in the second year, because I think, as you all know, it's going to be harder to get a lot of money back going forward. And I don't want to put these funds in danger. As terms of the pesticide fund, the purpose of that is has been for programming and grants. Nowhere near enough of those grants have been coming in. So we've been getting about half $500,000 into that fund. And let me back up a minute. So on the fund relative to the Product and Scale Testing Fund, that's a 50-50 split between general fund and the in our fund. So 50% of what we collect goes into the general fund, 50% stays here. In the pesticide fund, it's 75% of what we collect goes to the state general fund, and 25% goes into this fund. So we've been collecting about $500,000. We've been spending roughly $250,000 a year. So that fund has been building up rather rapidly. And I do think it makes a great deal of sense to be funding other positions from this fund. The fee has not gone up in either of these areas. The fees have not gone up in decades. And so we're quite reasonable and actually lower than many other states in both of these areas. But we are budgeting out of the pesticide fund $750,000 versus the $500,000 of income. So again, pulling down these funds, neither are sustainable, regardless of what we do with the database at the current level. I can't sustain the funds, but it was a way to make sure we didn't lay off employees, and particularly in the area of pesticides, that would be a huge mistake to lay people off, because we need to have good regulations of pesticides and those who are applying those pesticides to our to fields and homes and orchards and everywhere. So I hope that answers your question,
It does.
Representative Rami.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll let others have a chance. Thank you.
Representative Almy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, you had last time said that the IPM fund was supposed to have a staffer who worked with integrated pest management. That's what it's called. That's what it's supposed to do. And now you're telling us that it's basically feeding the general fund and that there's not enough money for either a staffer or for the grants that were being done?
No, I'm sorry. No, that's no, I apologize if I led you to that conclusion. That's roughly 750,000 does include that staffer that was currently authorized, plus I believe 2 more, plus all of the grants that we anticipate being, so it's all related to any expenditures would actually be related to the programs and the operation of pesticides. So nothing other than what we might be taking out for the database. Everything else that's coming out of there is directly related to pesticides.
Except for the 3/4 of it that goes to the general fund.
Yeah, that's always been the way. So if you look at the department as a whole, now the governor did approve our priorities. So with these funds, with everything else we do, the Department of Agriculture is almost revenue neutral. Without the set asides, the department is revenue positive to the general fund by 100,000. But that does not include the $1 million roughly from pesticides that goes to the general fund anyhow, and the 500,000 that goes to from the product scale testing. So that's an additional $1.5 million. So our whole operation is very much net positive to the general fund.
So, excuse me, but what that means is that agriculture, which a lot of people think is important to this state, and which is in a worse economic position than most of the industry in this state, is paying money into the general fund on a net basis.
Correct.
And things like making sure that there isn't pesticide that's going to kill us on our apples is underfunded.
Well, I wouldn't say, I mean, we don't have any additional requests, but had we not gone this route, we would have to lay off people in the department. That is correct. We were not given enough appropriation within the governor's budget to fully fund all our positions. So I had to raid the funds and seek authorization, which has been granted to this point, to avoid other layoffs.
Commissioner,
yes.
I understand your agency has been a stepchild in the budget process for a very long time, for at least as long as I've been around. So I did want to ask some other questions, though, if I may.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I understand I hadn't noticed, but that was put in by the Environment and Agriculture Committee. There is an appropriation which is only for the maintenance of the database once it is set up. And your estimate is that the database is going to cost about $1 million to set it up, and that's what it was last term too. And I understand that if we keep this requirement for using the health certificates, I believe it was mostly on part of an initiative to make sure that there wouldn't be a lot of unhealthy animals traded in the state. But that as long as that initiative is there, that it is pretty much impossible for you to carry out the job without the database. But there's that appropriation for 250,000 plus 100,000 for a new technical person in DOIT is something that has to be considered in the budget itself by the Finance Committee, and ended up, because there were originally fees in it, with the bill, which is only in our possession at this point. It can't go to finance officially. And I would like to ask our chairman what we're going to do about that.
Well, when we're through here, I'll get a hold of Ken and discuss this with him.
Yeah, and Lynn Ober, because she's in charge of Division 1, which was my division when I was on finance. We did a lot of agriculture work.
Well, Ken is the chairman, Lynn is the vice chair, and she also has Division 1. Are you all set?
I think so, yes.
Okay, Representative Elliott.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Commissioner. Good to see you. You're looking very dapper Dan today. And let me begin by saying that I love animals. I had a Brittany Spaniel hunting dog that I went out into the woods with for over 20 years in my younger days. And so I really want to emphasize that I do love animals. Number two, you mentioned, Commissioner, that you were thinking about a cost of $4.50. And I would personally feel that it would not be detrimental to me as a hunter to be charged the fee of $5 as much in order to get the certificate. Is that anathema to tell just the hunter or just the people that have animals that they're going to have to pay a $5 certificate? Would that kill that bill?
I think he talked about $4.50 in order to be able to keep this self-supporting. Because feed has been removed by the Agriculture Committee, so we're not talking about the fee right now.
I thought the fee of $2 was mentioned that it's been withdrawn.
Yes. And there's no new fee that we're considering at this point in time.
All right, so my point is that if I were to write a bill to say that you got to pay $5 if you're an animal owner, would that be appropriate at this time to ask the commissioner if that would kill that bill?
Go ahead. But the bill this time, it wouldn't be considered until next year.
Thank you, Representative Elliott. One of the things, and my words were sort of used against me on the floor speech on this bill, because what I said was that I'm really not worried about getting into the details of this bill at this point, because it's going to take a couple of years to develop this database. So what's really the only thing that's important to me right now is to be able to begin the development and have the authorization to develop it. So if the legislature were to rethink the idea of having a fee, that could be done anytime within the next 2 years. The appropriation that we're looking for the IT person, while that position might be appropriate to have on board as this is developed, we won't need the 250,000 at very least, at very soonest until the second year of the biennium. Probably not even then, but if we don't have if we're not honest about this moving forward, it's going to be very difficult to to come back and say, oh yeah, by the way, we need 250,000. So what we're really looking for is the 250,000 in the second year of the biennium. Probably, if we're lucky, some of that will be needed in the second year, but probably not a full year's of maintenances. We have a database that is being developed to replace one that was created by prisoners, and that contract was signed with DOIT before I became commissioner. And if we're lucky, we'll be going live with that weights and measures program this year. And I've been commissioner now for 3 years. So I'm not really thinking we're gonna get this going too quickly, because even if it's approved July 1st, we'll have to go out to bid. Probably won't be awarding a contract earlier than the end of the year. And then, you know, that only leaves a year and a half for development within this biennium. So any other changes, as I've said, not really concerned about right now. The bill works mechanically, but I recognize that people may have some other ideas on how to fund it or what should be in it, what shouldn't be. Plenty of time to discuss that in another year.
Thank you.
Representative Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to add that I've had extensive conversations with the Finance Chair Weiler about this bill, and he is understanding of what it requires and what it would need to be in the budget. So I just wanted to give some assurance to the committee that Finance is well aware of this. They're well aware of the $250,000 appropriation, and that we were looking for a DOIT position. My estimate to Chairman Weiler was around $350,000 would need to be in the budget. And he has mentioned to me that he would, when the time is right, he would like me to draft up a couple of amendments, adding that into House Bill 2. So just so the committee is aware. Thank you.
Good information, Representative Pearl. Representative Gamal. Oh, wait a minute, no. There was a hand, but it's gone. So anybody else wish to comment or a question? Anybody else? Representative Bromley.
Yeah, this is for you, Mr. Chair. So to me, it looks like the only issues that are before us are addressing whether or not the agricultural product fund and the integrated pest management fund, some of those fees can be used for the development of the software. Am I missing something, or is that a correct statement?
Without destroying it, the fund.
Right, but this is something that we'll be discussing, I'm sure.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Elmy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask the commissioner to provide a written version of the statement he made early on about all of where all the money funds are on amounts are going and coming from in those two funds. I don't believe when the dedicated fund committee looked at agriculture, I can't remember which year it was, that we learned that we knew that the animal products fund was essentially a general fund of the department, for instance. So I think it's very pertinent to this, whether there is enough money there or can be put enough money there with the help of finance, which we need to collaborate with on those amendments to make this work. Sorry, my phone's going off.
I'll be glad to email to the entire committee the budgets for those two funds, if that would be appropriate, Mr. Chairman. And then if anyone has any questions about the details, I'll be glad to respond to any questions via email.
As soon as you could, that would be great.
Yeah, we have that information. I'll talk to my administrative assistant and try to get that out this morning.
Any further questions to ask of Representative Pearl or the commissioner?
Representative Major?
Yes.
There's one person on a phone in attendees that has their hand raised. Who has their hand?
Okay, that's ending in 613. Could they identify themselves?
We'll allow them to talk.
Yes.
*6
Oh,
to
yes.
unmute. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I am actually a member of the public, so I don't know if it's appropriate for me to speak right now. I was raising my hand to be able to testify when appropriate.
Are you testifying for or against?
I am testifying against.
Would you identify who you are?
Yes, if it's appropriate for me to speak right now, I'll go ahead and continue and discuss what I've heard so far and my concerns about this bill. My name is Lisa Marie Mulkern. Been a resident of New Hampshire. I'm sorry?
Hold on 1 second.
Yes.
Anybody else with questions for Representative Pearl or the commissioner? Seeing no hands, then continue.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity this morning to speak in adamant opposition to this bill. My name is Lisa Marie Mulkern. I've been a resident of New Hampshire and a tax-paying citizen nearly all of my adult life. I am very familiar with the history of this database, and I have several concerns and questions. I was not able to testify at the first committee, but I did listen to the testimony that was provided there. What I have done, and I'll save you the time-consuming, my background, why I'm entitled to speak. If you have questions about my background after I'm finished raising my concerns, I would invite questions about it, or you can simply do an internet search for my name, Lisa Marie Mulkern. Okay, I went to the, what I'm concerned about, now it sounds as if, hearing from the commissioner, who has had prisoners work on the database for weights and means, which is very concerning to me when I look at the audit report from 2017 that was done on the department and the significant deficiencies that were noted by the auditors about how various fees and funds are reconciled there in the department. There were very concerning deficiencies, particularly regarding the Animal Population Control Fund, as an example, a random sample of, nearly 44 samples of those applications for funding for the spay-neuter program there in New Hampshire. 20 of them indicated that they didn't qualify. So nearly half of the people sampled didn't even qualify. So they were not even financially qualified to receive the low-cost spay-neuter assistance, yet they got it. And then the personally identifiable information on all of those applications, which includes Social Security numbers, driver's licenses, bank statements, anything that you would have to submit to prove neediness, were found to be subject to anyone obtaining that information. So there was significant identity theft opportunities there in that case. And now I'm hearing from the commissioner, well, let's not add the $5 fee to pet owners. That's what really, killed it in the last committee. Just give me the money for the database. Let's get that going. I need that appropriation. No. We also have significant deficiencies in our administrative rules listed in that audit report. And as far back as, I believe it was 2012 or 2013, when the state veterinarian under the Department of Agriculture moved to have this quarantine, 48-hour quarantine put in place for the animals that were coming through New Hampshire, I volunteered my time specifically I wanted to know what was really the threat. Where was the threat? Were there complaints being made? Were these animals really causing harm? Were there communicable diseases? And I pulled a FOIA request out of the department, and there was nothing to substantiate that quarantining back in 2012, 2013. Then in 2015, Senate Bill 505 was offered to correct some of the significant deficiencies in RSA 437, to include simple things like defining a licensed veterinarian, to allow people in New Hampshire to engage in interstate commerce as they're entitled to under the rights of the Constitution, to obtain their pets from any location, any state, and to ensure its health by allowing the state veterinarian to accept an out-of-state health certificate. But no, that didn't happen. That bill got killed as well. And now you're telling me you need $1 million for a database. $1 million for a database. The world's leading computer programmers are funded grants of $100,000 a year from the leading venture capitalists in this country to develop application software that does far more than some random database for 80,000 health certificates. Where is that number coming from? In this fiscal note, it says it's coming from some random data from some ADMA report or something. Really? I want to know where they're coming from in the state of New Hampshire. I want to know how this money is going to be managed, what the processes are going to be put in place for it. This bill needs to be euthanized immediately.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? I see no questions from the committee. Anybody else want to testify for or against?
Representative Major, there's a Stacy Ober with her hand up in attendees.
Commissioner Jasper, did you want to make a comment?
Yes, thank you. I would encourage you to go back and look at the audit report, which I have just done. And there are many inaccuracies in what you heard. The issue, of course, these were all things, the audit was performed before I became commissioner. The database that I referred to, the weights and measures developed, that was something that was done, I think, in the 70s and the 80s by the state of New Hampshire. It was not at the request of the Department of Agriculture to have databases constructed by prisoners. As soon as I learned that, I thought that was a horrific idea. The numbers that we came up with for the database were done through conversations with 3 different vendors, particularly some who are already working with vital records out of the Secretary of State's office, because to some degree it's a similar system. So those are not numbers that came from some random organization. They came from meetings with vendors who are interested in bidding on them and giving us their best estimate. And but certainly even the audit does not, I'm not sure what this has to do with any of this, but the identified 20 instances where the support of the application's eligibility did not meet the administrative rule criteria. That's far different from saying they were not eligible. There just was a lack of documentation put in there. So I think, you can judge testimony based on the accuracy of information that is given to you. And I would leave it at that, but the audit you can get a copy of. I'm from the LBA, and we are working on all of the things that were identified as areas of concerns in the audit. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, Stacy Ober. has her hands up from the attendees.
No relation.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of amended House 532, the Animal Records Database. My name's Stacy Ober. I am the advocate in New England for the American Kennel Club and can speak to you and express appreciation to all the work that the House Environment and Agriculture Committee did in collaboration with Commissioner Jasper. We had brought forward with the New Hampshire dog owners of the Granite State. Angela Ferrari had signed up to testify, but had a work obligation at 10 o'clock. So I'm just jumping in to speak on behalf of both AKC and New Hampshire dogs with regard to the removal of the rabies vaccination fee and also the removal of the fee for electronic health record transfers. Just by way of quick background and why we support an appropriation to maintain the database is that those fees in the original proposal would have disproportionately impacted dog owners. When the Senate included this expansion of the pet vendor license that the Department of Agriculture issues back in 2019, the Senate included this language in the Senate budget. And there was no change to the requirement of dog owners to obtain dog licenses from their municipality, which is an enforcement mechanism for the rabies vaccination. Dog owners pay for those dog licenses, and they also are required to contribute money that goes into the animal population fund that the state maintains for spay-neuter services. When the animal records database was originally conceptualized, the fee would be on dog owners, again, for rabies vaccinations to now fund an animal records database and also for health certificate transfers. The dog owners in New Hampshire feel as though this is a disproportionate fee being placed on them because arguably when you look at the scope of the animal records database, it includes cat owners, ferret owners, and by virtue of the broad authority initially included in the database, we all anticipated the Department of Agriculture in entering the 21st century would also be utilizing the database, for instance, in monitoring livestock and other health records of other animals. And therefore, we were grateful to the Environment and Ag Committee for understanding that dog owners are already paying these fees. This would be a duplication of fees, and that it would be more appropriate to, yes, incrementally establish the database with an understanding that it will bring the department into the 21st century in a way that it can actually provide for all animals, domestic and livestock, you know, in the state of New Hampshire.
Thank you for your testimony, Mrs. Ober. Any questions from the committee? Seeing no questions from the committee, anybody else wish to testify for or against House Bill 532? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing on House Bill 532. Just take a 2-minute break and we'll go to House Bill 610. Just a 2-minute break. Okay. Are we all set, Janine?
Yep, we're ready. Representative Hunt is not here, the sponsor, but Carrara Dolcino has signed up to speak.
Wow. Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing on House Bill 610-FN, an act requiring certain licensing and reporting functions to be conducted through the nationwide multi-state licensing system and registry, and relative to the background investigation of trust officers to certain filing fees, assessments, and interest rates, and to the transmission of consumer complaints by the banking department. And so Representative Hunt is not here. I have the testifying sheet, and there's one person has signed up to speak in support. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 people signed up in support. That one person is Shari Delanco from the bank department.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
would you like me to introduce the bill formally?
Yes, Representative Elmy. If you would.
Thank you. Representative Susan Elmy, City of Lebanon, Grafton 13. I'm introducing House Bill 610-FN, requiring certain licensing and reporting functions be conducted through the nationwide multi-state licensing system and registry, and relating to background investigations of trust officers, to certain filing fees, assessments, and interest rates, and to the transmission of consumer complaints by the banking department. And in the absence of Representative Hunt, I am taking no questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Elmy. And now we'll go to the banking department, Shara Dolcino.
Hi, my name is Chiara Dolcino. I'm the General Counsel at the New Hampshire Banking Department. This bill is at the request of the Banking Department. It accomplishes a number of important changes to our laws. None of the changes will have an overall fiscal impact due to the manner in which the department is funded. Any additional revenue or any cost savings only operates to reduce or affect the assessment that is imposed on our chartered and licensed institutions. So the overall effect of the bill, any fiscal impact is really does not affect the bottom line. I've submitted some written testimony, which I hope is helpful. I can go through the bill quickly to explain how the bill makes changes to our laws. And then I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, if you could briefly go through the bill, that would be great.
Sure. So sections 1 through 15.
What you do, we're only concentrating on the part that deals with the revenue.
Okay, understood.
Settled?
Okay, so sections 1 through 15 really have no fiscal impact. They're just requiring licensees to register, license and report through the NMLS system, so I won't discuss that any further. Sections 16 through 19 do impose some additional fiscal cost on our trust companies. These changes arose through the Senate Bill 98 Study Committee and would now require that any new directors that are appointed to a trust company undergo a background investigation and bear the cost of that background investigation. Section 20 of the bill also has fiscal impact. Again, this was a provision that came out of the Senate Bill 98 Study Committee. It would increase the fee for applications for new charters, new banks, trust companies, or credit unions from $10,000 to $15,000. What we were finding were that certain applications were taking significant amounts of time. And so we felt it was appropriate to have the applicant bear that cost rather than shift that cost to all institutions who would pick up the difference when they pay the assessment. Section 21 of the bill does not really have a fiscal impact. It was just to clarify that institutions have to pay their required assessment even if they dissolve during the course of the fiscal year. Section 22 has modest fiscal impact in that it would eliminate the need of the department to calculate the interest rate for escrow funds that are escrowed for purposes of mortgages and paying taxes and insurance. That ties it to the federal funds rate, and we believe that will help reduce staff time at the department. Finally, sections 23 to 28 also have some cost savings in that we are requesting the ability to transmit consumer complaints via email rather than certified mail, and there will be cost savings as a result. I'm happy to answer any questions regarding any of the bill.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee, Representative Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. As you were speaking, I had a flashback. Was this bill, did we deal with this bill last year and it didn't make it through the Senate?
Yes, sir, that's correct. It did actually make it through the Senate. Some of the provisions will be familiar because a number of bills did pass both the House and the Senate. Unfortunately, the bill was included in the omnibus bills that went to the governor, and the bills were ultimately vetoed.
Okay, that's helpful. So the big change really is the on page 6, line 36, the 10,000 going to the 15,000.
Correct. Oh, and I'm sorry, I did forget to mention, the bill would also allow the commissioner to charge additional charges if in reviewing an application, even the $15,000 wasn't sufficient to cover the department's time. And so that provision, again, was something that you saw last year in HB 1696. Again, it passed the House and Senate, and it's before you again.
Right, exactly the same as last year.
There's a slight change that was requested by the chartered institutions, just some additional language so that they would have to discuss the notice they would receive if the department determined that their application was going to exceed the $15,000 threshold and we need to charge additional funds. But it just added some notice provision to let them know that was going to occur and to give them the opportunity to withdraw the application at that time.
Do you remember what the vote was coming out of the Commerce Committee?
I believe it was I believe there were two representatives who voted against the bill. I believe it was Representative Sanborn and Representative Warden. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm sure it's in the record. But otherwise, it did pass.
Okay.
I checked, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I had a committee, it came out 19-0 this year's bill. Were you talking?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant last year.
Right. So last year it was that vote, but this year I checked, it was 19.
Yes.
And it was, I think it was probably on consent calendar because it was a voice vote.
Yes.
Right. Can I have one follow-up? I know there's others who wanted to speak, but.
Representative Bromley.
So it looks like you read, instead of using A, B, C, D, we went to parentheses 1, 2, 3, 4. I just want to make sure the committee understands that all these other fees were already in existence. Can you just verify that? The other fees, you there?
I'm sorry. Can you, I'm looking at the bill now. Which sections are you referring to?
Go to page 6, down the bottom line, start with 36.
Yes. Oh, yes. In that, yes, those fees are all existing fees. Correct. Yes.
You just renumbered. It was just a renumbering that took.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Representative Almy, followed by Representative Spilsbury.
Thank you. Ms. Dulcino, could you please explain for our newer members the way that the Department of Banking is funded and what it would mean that certain members, users of the bank, Department of Banking pay if they pay particular things in fees or fines, how that relates to the total funding of the banking department?
Yes, certainly. In my written testimony, I explained that the department collects over the course of the year application fees, examination fees, and then penalties and other costs that are imposed. And if there's a deficiency between what we collect and the charges, the cost for running the department, then we impose an assessment on our institutions to collect the deficiency. So at the end of the day, we are self-funded. We collect all funds necessary to cover the department's costs. If we collect additional revenue, it would reduce the assessment. If we impose additional costs, it would reduce the assessment. And if there's less cost of the department to do its business, then the assessment is reduced. So in the end, it's a zero-sum game. There's no overall impact to the bottom line, only a difference in the amount of the assessment imposed.
Thank you. If I could just follow up for a second.
Representative Almy, go ahead.
Just to make that clear, if a bank puts in for work done by the department, which costs a lot more than it does to anyone else, and there is no way to pay for it in fees, then all of the banks will be paying for it.
Correct. There's a cost shifting, yes. And we're trying to address that in this bill by charging the fees that we think are necessary so that that cost is not shifted to the other institutions.
Thank you.
Representative Spilsbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious for how long a time has the fee been set at 10,000?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I can look at the bill and see when the last amendment was in place, but I believe it hasn't changed since at least 2015.
Thank you.
Representative Bernstein, did you have your hand up, Representative Bernstein?
I did, but my question was just asked.
Okay. Representative Bromley.
My recollection from last year was that it was more than just the 10,000. It seemed like it was 10,000. You're assessing a new bank or a new credit union. They initially pay 10,000, but if your work took you beyond that 10,000, that you would assess another 10,000. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, there is a provision that says if the new fee, the $15,000, doesn't cover the costs of the department staff in reviewing the application, then the commissioner will notify the institution or the applicant, explain that it appears that the applicant has exceeded the $15,000 fee and that we will need to start charging additional cost. What we find is sometimes we have applicants who come to the department who are not really prepared in submitting the application, and we do a lot of work reviewing it, and they have to come back to us with multiple business plans or multiple revisions. And so, those kinds of applications take a lot of time and a lot of effort on the department's end. So the bill would permit the commissioner to notify the applicant that they are now exceeding the $15,000 fee and that we would have to start charging them additional costs. And then at that point, they would have the ability to either withdraw their application or continue.
Would that, can I do a follow-up? So would that continuation be a time and materials kind of a charge?
We would, if you're asking how we would impose the charge, we would, it's based on the per diem exam fee that's already in the law, and the department tracks the time spent on the application, and we would bill based on that per diem fee.
One more follow-up. Is it my understanding that that was kind of the practice with the 10,000 as well?
No, the additional charges is a new provision that came out of the Senate Bill 98 Study Committee.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from the participants? Seeing none, we have somebody from the attendee. Lee Oxenham, could you let Lee?
I think she might be on for the next bill, but maybe we should ask her for sure. I'll allow her to talk.
Lee Oxenham, you making a comment on House Bill 610 or another bill? Once more for Lee Oxenham. Do you have a comment for House Bill 610? All right, then anybody else have questions or comments on House Bill 610? We have nobody signed up in opposition, only signed up in support, and only one signed up to testify, and we just heard from her. I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 610. I'm going to open the public hearing on House Bill 614-FN, an act exempting the state and political subdivision from payment of the cost of compliance with the renewable portfolio standard. Oh, okay. Is Michael Voss here?
I just promoted him to panelist.
Good. Representative Michael Voss, you want to introduce your bill? And
thank you.
Remember that the policy has been voted by the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee, and we're only listening to parts that would affect revenues. Representative Voss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, honorable colleagues. Thanks for letting me introduce this bill to you this morning. I sent you written testimony yesterday or the day before, I can't remember exactly when. So you should have that in your inbox. That'll give you the basics on what this bill does. I'm going to skip directly to attachment 1 in my written testimony, which is the estimate of the financial impact of this bill. So there's a spreadsheet there that shows the last 5 years of data about the state of New Hampshire's electricity usage. And you will notice that the state has used about 76 to 77 million kilowatt hours of electricity every year from 2016 to 2019. Those numbers came from the Office of the State Energy Manager. The 2020 number, which is considerably higher at 105 million kilowatts, actually came from the Public Utilities Commission, and their data was part of the spreadsheet that they used, or the worksheet that they used to come up with the financial note for the bill. There is a discrepancy between those numbers, but I was not able to get an explanation of that discrepancy. Nevertheless, using those numbers, I estimated the amount of money that the state of New Hampshire would save by not paying the renewable portfolio standard. And as you'll see under the column labeled RPS, over the last 5 years, the state would have saved somewhere between $356,000 to $508,000 per year by not paying the RPS. Just as a tangential note, the state would have saved even more by not paying the system benefits charge. Nevertheless, the average number for the state over the last 5 years is roughly $400,000. The total over the last 5 years is almost $2 million. So there are considerable savings to be obtained by passing this bill just for the state of New Hampshire. And by the way, for the record, I used the number in the far right-hand column that is 0.00482. That is the reconciled number that Eversource uses to compute its costs for complying with the RPS per kilowatt hour. Now, it is true that the state does not buy its electricity from Eversource or Unitil or Liberty. It contracts with a competitive or alternative supplier to get its energy. But those entities are not regulated by the PUC, and they're not required to report to the PUC, so I couldn't get exact numbers from those entities about the state or any individual town's electricity costs. So I estimated them using that number from Eversource, which came out of its latest rate case filing. If you go down a little farther on the spreadsheet, I also estimated the cost savings for a couple of our larger cities, Manchester and Nashua, which based on their electricity expenditures in 2019, which is data that I got from their town websites. Manchester could save somewhere around $173,000. Nashua could save somewhere around $136,000 by not paying the RPS. And even my little town of Epping could save somewhere around $9,000 by not paying the RPS. So those are the financial implications of passing this bill. I would just like to point out one other point, and that is that there are 5 municipal electricity companies in the state that are owned by a municipality: Wolfboro, Lancaster, and 3 others in the North Country. And none of those municipal electricities require their customers to pay the RPS or the SBC. And they do that to keep costs low for their taxpayers, who are also the ratepayers for the electricity in their towns. So it's a concept that has a precedent and a concept that has been proven to work. And that's one of the reasons why I introduced this bill. So with that, I'll turn it over to you guys to ask me questions, and I'll do my best to answer them. Thank you.
Representative Elmy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would have appreciated it if we could have had those numbers up on the screen, since yesterday was town meeting day and some of us were way too busy to be able to try and find this email. But I would like to ask, what you are trying to do is to do away with the renewable portfolio standard. Why didn't you just kill it? What is going to happen if this is still in place and you are removing what maybe, I don't know what percentage of the funding it is, but what's left seems to be businesses and individual households. So what is the result of removing the funding that is paid by municipalities and the state? And what services do the state and municipalities lose, or do they still are they still eligible for the benefits of this program? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Almy, for the questions. I'll try to remember them all. In the first place, I'm not trying to eliminate the RPS. I'm trying to save taxpayers money. The impact on the RPS program from this bill will be roughly, I estimate, about $5 million a year. The program generates about $70 million a year for renewable energy. So the impact on the RPS itself will not be particularly great, but it will provide some relief for taxpayers. Will cities and towns lose anything by not paying the RPS? No, they won't. The RPS is a program that supports renewable energy. People who already have created a renewable energy generation project, as they produce energy, they collect renewable energy, or they sell renewable energy certificates and collect the money from that sale. So towns not paying for the RPS don't lose anything. And in fact, the exemption from paying the RPS reduces the electric supplier or producer's load and requires them to buy fewer renewable energy certificates. So the only impact will be that a number of renewable energy certificates will not be required to be purchased under this program.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Follow up.
So the net result is that there would be 5 million less money going into the RPS, which creates programs that are used by cities and towns, and they will still be able to use them, but there will be $5 million less in the system. And I would also like a comment on the fact that the standard ideology of your party is that if you let the cities and towns have more money, they're just going to increase spending somewhere else. So how does this help the taxpayers?
Thank you once again for the question. It helps taxpayers by giving towns the option of lowering their property tax rates. And they can opt in to the program and continue paying the RPS if they want to with a vote of their governing body. So that gives their local taxpayers the option of saying, yes, we want to do this, or no, we don't want to do this. We want to save money. So I think that that would be a signal to local select people and city councilors if the citizens of the community say that they want to receive these savings. One would hope that the local officials would pass those along to their taxpayers.
Representative Bromley, followed by Representative Ames.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Voss. I'm still trying to understand why we have this bill, but maybe you can help me with that. But when you say savings to taxpayers, I understand that, but how about savings to ratepayers because of this bill?
This bill doesn't save ratepayers at all, except for municipal, the municipality itself, which is a ratepayer. So the city or town is a ratepayer, and this bill will lower their electricity costs by a certain amount. And as a result, taxpayers will potentially have to spend less money to run their government operations. So that's how that works.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Ames. You're muted, Dick. Dick, you're muted.
Got it. Sorry to be slow on that. So I wanted to inquire about the alternative compliance payments that in effect those who are energy suppliers supplying to the state or a political subdivision that has not opted out will no longer have to make. that, in my mind, is affecting essentially a fee or revenues that otherwise would flow into a state agency's fund, the Renewable Energy Fund. So I think it's pertinent to our review of this bill. My question to you, Representative Oates, to start with, I've got a series of questions really, is if you consider two competitive, let's just focus on the competitive electricity suppliers that supply the state with its energy, one of which has installed and invested money over the years in forms of energy that enable it to earn renewable energy certificates or RECs. And so when time comes to even up with the state, it points to its RECs and it meets its renewable portfolio standard. And then a second electricity supplier that hasn't done that hasn't made investments in its plant, hasn't developed, let's say, the solar field that other supplier is using to build up its supply of energy, its sourcing of energy, its generation of energy. So this other energy supplier hasn't done that. It has no RECs. It can purchase the RECs, or it can pay an alternative compliance fund payment into the energy fund. And now it's going to be exempt and under this bill, if this bill is enacted. So we look forward to next year when it's all in place. And the first supplier that has put money into its own plant continues to carry those costs and really gains nothing from this exemption other than, well, maybe it gains nothing. Let's leave it at that. The other supplier has an exemption. And under the bill, it negotiates reduced rates to reflect that. So it's going to now be underbidding the first electric supplier. That all of this strikes me as unfair and unreasonable. And I'd like you to comment on that.
Okay, thank you for that complicated question. So competitive suppliers don't receive any kind of an exemption under this legislation. The only entities that receive an exemption are political subdivisions. So let's use my town of Epping as an example. Let's say today we're spending $220,000 a year on electricity. We buy our electricity from Eversource. We don't use a competitive supplier, but under this bill, that bill would be reduced by $8,000 roughly, or $9,000, based on the fact that the company would no longer charge us for the RPS portion of their rate. They would subtract that before they charge the town of Epping. And that's how the system works. It's actually fairly simple. With regard to your comment about alternative compliance payments and the sale of RECs, neither of those things would be affected by this bill. Alternative compliance payments are purchased by energy suppliers if there are no RECs to purchase. If there are RECs to purchase, they purchase RECs instead. But if the system runs out of RECs, then they'll purchase alternative compliant. They'll make alternative compliance payments. And those payments do go to the Renewable Energy Fund. But none of that is impacted by this legislation. That's a completely separate operation that happens outside the purview of what's going on here. This is a simple exemption of political subdivisions from paying the RPS portion of the energy service rate that they would normally be charged by their supplier.
Follow up?
Representative Ames, do you have any follow-up?
Yes, I think are you hearing me?
Yes.
Yeah, I think you are. Yeah, first I'd say that this is complex stuff, and I hope that we'll have a little time in reviewing this bill in a work session so that we can dig in more than we can here through a few questions. But I guess my follow-up question is, isn't the Renewable Energy Fund going to lose money as the result of this bill? In other words, there will be, I believe the entirety of the Renewable Energy Fund comes from alternative compliance payments. And will there not be less money because of this bill?
Thank you for the question. Actually, the Renewable Energy Fund gets most of its funding from alternative compliance payments, but it gets some funding elsewhere as well. And the answer to your question is, in recent experience, there have not been very many alternative compliance payments made to the Renewable Energy Fund, simply because there have been plenty of RECs for producers to buy. So there hasn't been a need for making alternative compliance payments. The amount of money that would be decreased by this program would be extremely small as far as alternative compliance payments are concerned. It's hard to estimate it exactly, but if the whole program only decreases RPS intake by 5 million, alternative compliance payments are a small fraction of that. So it would be a very small amount.
I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Representative Bowles, can you provide the committee with a bulletized explanation of the questions and your response? Because this is complicated. So if you could provide the committee with a bulletized summary of the questions and responses, would be appreciated.
Okay, I'll try. I didn't take notes, so I can't promise that I'll remember what all the questions were, but I'll do my best.
Thank you. I noticed in the attendees, there's a Lee Oxham has her hand up.
No, Norm, you got some questions still from the members.
Oh, okay. All right. Yes, Representative Hacken Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Voss, or Bose, excuse me if I'm mispronouncing your name, for testifying this morning in support of this bill and giving us kind of an introduction of what we can expect. Just as a point of following up on your last question, this is being recorded, so I think you can go back and take a look at the conversations that we're having. But if I understand correctly, your last statement is that, by your estimates, there's going to be about a $5 million, decrease in revenues for the fund as a result of this legislative change. And you're saying that's a small fraction, of, kind of the overall programming that's being expended here out of the fund. So my question is that, my understanding is that the state of New Hampshire has to demonstrate its willingness to be investing in types of programs to address our transition to renewables in order to, receive matching or other sources of funding from federal levels as well as, private organizations. And if we have a $5 million decrease, how is that going to affect our eligibility for receiving those matching grants moving forward?
Thank you for the question. Just to clarify, what I said was that a decrease in alternative compliance payments to the program would be a small percentage of the total RPS program, not a small percentage of the 5 million. although it would also be a small percentage of the 5 million. To answer your question, as far as I know, there is no dependence on the RPS program and any kinds of federal or other funding that the state might obtain about renewable energy. So there's nothing certainly in the RSAs about the RPS program that indicates that it has to stay at a certain level in order to be eligible for federal funding. There's nothing in the legislation that requires that.
Just as a follow-up, Mr. Chair. No, I think maybe we're just talking past each other a little bit. I think there's eligibility requirements of alternate sources of funding to be applied towards renewable energy programs if our state can also demonstrate that we're putting forth an effort to a certain threshold. And my question is, does this legislation change our ability to meet that threshold for matching funds?
I'm not aware that there is any such threshold, but if you can show me that there is such a threshold, I'll take a look at that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Elmy. Susan, you're muted.
Sorry, this is fairly new to me, but if the money that goes into this fund is mostly from the what do you call those things? The purchase of the certificates and the RECs. And this money, and then if there aren't enough RECs, people are paying for the alternative energy energy certificate or whatever it is. I'm sorry. Then wouldn't these be replaceable between themselves within a budget that people are either paying for one, entities are either paying for one or for the other? And when you were calculating the 5 million, were you including the effect on not paying for the REC in consideration of what was going to be lost, or were you? Maybe this is in your testimony, I'm sorry, but it came yesterday afternoon, I think, and I was a wreck by the evening.
Thank you for your question. Yeah, I think a lot of us were wrecks by yesterday evening. I'll try to answer the two questions. The latter question, I think, was, I've already forgotten. You asked, what is the impact? Okay, so the way the RPS program works is if I own a renewable energy facility, I generate so many megawatt hours of electricity during the course of a year. And I'm allowed to claim or to acquire one renewable energy certificate for every 1 megawatt hour of electricity that I sell. So let's say I sell 100 of them. At the end of the year, I can sell those renewable energy certificates on a kind of an open market. There's all kinds of people out there who will buy them. Let's say the price for one of those certificates is $25. So I can sell my 100 renewable energy certificates for $2,500. If there are not enough buyers out there who want to buy these certificates, and energy suppliers are the ones that buy them, like utility companies. If there are not enough certificates out there for them to buy, then they have to make an alternative compliance payment instead. And that money goes to the Renewable Energy Fund, which is managed by the PUC. So that's the way the system works. And this legislation that I've proposed here today won't have a significant impact on either aspect of the program, because the program generates around $70 million a year. And this, the exemptions that I'm talking about will only reduce the financial impact on the whole program by no more than $5 million. And as I mentioned at the beginning of my testimony, there are already 5 communities in the state that don't participate in the program. So it's not like it's an unprecedented program. Thank you.
You all set?
Thank you. Could I just have a short follow-up if I can?
Follow up.
Yeah. If we are allowing some places to opt out and they can still take advantage of the program, then isn't that unfair to everybody else that can't opt out? As I recall, there's one electric cooperative in the North Country that's fairly close to us. And they did opt out, but they also, through their shareholders, the towns that are involved, they have voted to carry out a number of alternative energy programs on their own. So that one seems to be separated off from the general program of the state, but it sounds like what you're saying is that the others that would opt out now would still be part of the general energy program of the state. Can you clarify for us? Thank you.
Sure, thank you. I think you're maybe overcomplicating this question. It's a simple question, really. Do you want to give cities and towns the chance to reduce or the opportunity to reduce their electricity costs, which would then enable them to pass those savings along to their taxpayers? That's the simple question here. Its effect on the renewable portfolio standard is not particularly great. Yes, it will reduce it some small amount, but it's not an amount that is significant. And as far as I'm concerned, taxpayer relief, as the governor indicated in his budget address earlier this year, is a more important issue.
Okay, anybody else wish to testify? I wish to ask further questions. Then we will go to the.
Representative Ames has his.
Yeah.
Who does? Oh,
Representative Ames.
Oh, okay, I didn't see your name. Go ahead, Representative Ames.
You're just focusing on that last comment about savings at the municipal level. Isn't it the case that many municipalities have taken advantage of the Renewable Energy Fund to make investments that have lowered their annual consumption of electricity, so that in effect these municipalities and others that may benefit in the future from a healthy, robust renewable energy fund are in fact saving more than they will save through your proposal, Representative O's?
Thank you for that question. And the answer to your question is, this legislation gives towns the option of continuing to pay into the Renewable Energy Fund and continuing to take advantage of the grant opportunities that the Renewable Energy Fund may offer. The town has to vote to opt into the program again, because it's an opt-out program by default. But the option is there. So if local taxpayers want to participate in the RPS program, they can do so by instructing their governing body to opt them back into the RPS program.
Representative Ames, you all set?
Follow up, yeah, follow up. So that's interesting. So Could you clarify? I don't see it in the legislation. If a municipality decides to opt out, I'm not sure which is opt in or opt out, chooses to take advantage of the exemption, does that mean that they cannot receive a grant from the Renewable Energy Fund? And in parallel, if a state agency wants to go forward with a renewable energy funded project to get a rebate of some sort, does the fact that the state gets this exemption mean that project is no longer eligible for the Renewable Energy Fund? Again, I don't see that stated in this legislation.
Yes, thank you for that question. Yes, it's in the paragraph. I think it's, I don't have it right in front of me, but I think it's paragraph E. It states that this is an opt-out program, so that when it takes effect, communities are all automatically exempted from paying the RPS, but they can opt back in by a vote of their governing body. So that's how the program works. And yes, you are correct. They do have to opt back in order to be eligible to request grants from the new Renewable Energy Fund. But that option is there for them. So voters in a town can make that decision for themselves.
Well, I guess I'd like to leave it there, Representative Major. But again, I think this is, there are details here and complexities that need to be reviewed in a work session.
Okay, there is one attendee that's on the list. It's in opposition. So Janine, could you let?
I just promoted her, Representative Oxenham.
Lee Oxen.
Representative from the committee.
Oh, she is?
Yes. And she's in.
Okay, Representative Oxen. You're in opposition. You're all set to testify. You want to unmute? Janine, can you unmute?
I don't have that capability to unmute someone. And I think we lost her. Oh no, she's still there. Everything just shifted. I think she's trying to connect, it looks like, to audio. She must be having trouble.
I don't see her in the attendees or not. Or
No, I think she got dropped. Maybe she'll try to come back.
okay. Anybody else questions or comments? I don't see anything from the participant, the panelists. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman?
Representative Almely.
I think it would be helpful if we could get someone from the program, I presume it's under the PUC, to talk with us about this at a work session.
Right. And
thank you.
And Representative Oxen can join us at a work session if she can't come back right away. I don't see any other.
Actually, there's a Diane Martin with her hand raised in attendees.
You want to let her in?
Okay. You have to unmute yourself. There you go.
Diane Martin.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Diane Martin. I am the chairwoman of the Public Utilities Commission. I'm on for the next hearing, but overheard you say that it would be helpful to have someone from the PUC on a work session, so I wanted to say we'd be happy to do that.
Fine, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, we are running well over time. So I don't see any other hands raised. So I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill.
Roxanne has just joined us again.
Has she?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, she popped in and then,
Well, she must be having a lot of trouble.
yeah. Oh,
And
she's there. She's still there.
Okay. Oh, there she is. Okay.
Representative Oxham.
She hasn't been promoted yet.
Well, it takes a second after I do that, so. Yeah, she's here. She's on the second page. Can you unmute yourself?
You know what we'll do? She'll just have to join us on a work session because we are way behind.
Okay.
Uh,
Oh, well, she has her hand up, but can you unmute, Lee? We only see your hand, but Gen 4, is there a way to unmute her? I don't know how. I mean, I don't have that capability.
Trying to connect again.
Someone will probably have to contact Jen. She's watching two committees today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I guess maybe what, yeah. Oh, there she is. She's unmuted, but we can't hear you.
Representative Oxham. Can you hear us?
Hey, Jenny, just to make a clarification, she actually isn't connected to audio. It said she tried and then, yeah, like that. She's trying to connect and then her audio. There you go. Now she is.
Oh, now it's muted again. Oh, boy.
She on a phone? Is she on a phone or is this our connection?
It's not a phone number.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
There we go. Yes.
Oh, my Lord. I apologize profusely that it has taken me so much of your time for me to get on. I will submit written testimony. I will keep my remarks to 1 minute. I don't believe that you have had a fair and accurate description of how this is going to impact our towns and our municipalities, nor our ability to profit by all of the federal funding that's going to be coming to states in our region who are pursuing aggressive renewable energy strategies. And I do not think it's fair to characterize this as a simple process. It is complex. And I know that Representative Vos will do his best to answer your questions, and I will too. Thank you. I do apologize.
And we will be having a work session. So if you could send us your testimony, that would be appreciated.
I certainly shall.
All right. Let me try this once again. Any new person wants to testify for or against House Bill 614? I do not. Representative Elmy, you have your hand up. Now you're muted, Representative Elmy.
I just wanted to ask Representative Oxenham a question, but she may not be able to answer it at this point, which is whether she believes that there is language in the statute or in this bill that says that towns and cities that do not, that opt not to pay the renewable energy fee are going to lose the ability to use the renewable energy funding.
Thank you very much for the question. And it's my understanding that we discussed this in our committee and we actually had an amendment produced to ensure that there could not be a possibility of double dipping. If towns were not paying in, they could not access the Renewable Energy Fund. If this bill would make it so that everybody is out unless they affirmatively enter in. And so anyone who is opted out without possibly even knowing it is going to be unable to access the Renewable Energy Fund. And just as a final note there, we have no fossil fuel energy system, energy suppliers here in New Hampshire. It's all imported. We spend billions of dollars and send them out of state every year. We have a thriving renewable energy sector, which is poised to grow, and we may be able to get substantial federal funding this year if we are seen as active participants in assisting our renewable energy sector. And I think that Representative Hacken-Phillips is correct that we would be endangering that if this bill were to pass.
But I found there was an amendment produced. Is it in this bill?
I believe the bill as it came to you should have incorporated that amendment. Perhaps we could ask Chairman Vos, as it was his amendment, as I recall.
Thank you.
Representative Vos. You need to unmute Representative Vos.
Sorry. I was just looking on the general court website and the amendment is there, but it's not part of the bill that comes up when you click on the bill itself. So apparently the two haven't been merged together yet.
Well, the copy I have says as amended by the House.
It doesn't look right to me, but I'll double check again. I just took a quick look while we were online here. I'll get back to you. I'll take another look.
Thank you. Another question with that one, is the state also unable to access if the state opts out, which I gather the bill opts it out?
That would be a consequence of passing this bill, yes.
Any further questions?
Yeah, I just want to follow up on that discussion. I hope that somebody will explain to us how the bill as amended by the House indeed accomplishes what has just been said about it, that the state, by virtue of the bill and political subdivisions that are not going to be participating in the RPS system, are going to take advantage of this exemption, will be excluded from participating in the Renewable Energy Fund. I just want to be, I don't see it in the language, and maybe I'm missing something.
So if Representative Vos would be prepared to come up with an answer for that for our work session. And Representative Spilsbury.
Yes, I will
Thank you, Mr.
have an
Chairman.
answer for you then, yes.
Just to clarify, on the House session a week before, the amendment was adopted on a voice vote. And then the bill was OTPA 198-150. So I assume that's the same amendment that Representative Vos is describing.
Yeah, and I've seen that amendment. I think we just need to, I need anyway, to be educated on its impact.
Anything new? Because we are going to have a work session to address these issues. Seeing nothing, I don't see no more hands up. So I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 614-FN.
Were any other members of the public unable to get into this session? May I ask that question, Mr. Chair?
Not that we know of.
On the work session?
I believe there were others who attempted to sign in and wanted to testify. That's why I raised the question. Thank you.
I looked at the attendees, there's nobody else. And I looked at the sign-up sheet. And on the sign-up sheet, there was only one person signed up to testify, and that's you, in opposition.
Thank you. Thank you for that information. Perhaps they changed their minds afterwards.
Okay. We have closed the hearing on 6/14. We will go right into the public hearing on House Bill 615-FN, reducing the penalty for certain first offensive drug possession charges. Okay, we have signed up as a co-sponsor to introduce the bill, Representative Casey McConley. Is Representative Casey McConley here?
Yes, I just promoted him.
Okay. Representative Conley.
Hi, Mr. Chairman, committee members, you able to hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, excellent. Yes, thank you all for having me. I'm Casey Conley, State Representative from Dover, representing Stratford County District 13 here on behalf of the prime sponsor, Representative Seaworth, and speaking as a co-sponsor. So I guess I'll start with some details on the origin of this bill. So the policy side of this contains essentially two provisions that were introduced last year that died, both passed the House on the consent calendar. They died in the COVID shortened session, and they reemerged this year. Representative Seaworth, to his credit, took two provisions that had passed, worked with myself, worked with the other Democratic co-sponsor on creating this truly bipartisan bill that aims to sort of streamline and reform our sentencing statute for drug offenses, nonviolent drug offenses. So specifically what this would do, there's four main provisions. The first is it reduces top end penalties for nonviolent drug crimes, so sentences and fines, and it better aligns them with what's already happening in courthouses across the state. It eliminates the possibility of a felony for the first time possession level offense. It eliminates the mandatory minimum sentences that we had, and we had a number of them, just a small handful, but those would go away. Worth noting, there's still no mandatory maximum, but it does go up to life in prison. That is still an option for any sentence here. And it lowers, so those are sort of a reduction. This would actually strengthen the penalty for fentanyl possession. It lowers the threshold to be charged with a felony, and that comports with what we know about the dangerousness and the seriousness of fentanyl in very small quantities. So there is a fiscal note to this bill, and it indicates an indeterminable decrease in state and county costs, and that reflects the lower cost of prosecuting a case at the district level versus the superior court level for a felony. And there is an indeterminable decrease in revenue from fine collection, but it's worth noting, and you'll see this in the analysis in the bill, that there's essentially no significant impact in that revenue collection. So with that, I'm a believer in the bill. I support the bill. It's passed the House again on a voice vote this term. And I would ask the committee to look kindly and please recommend passage as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Representative Conley. You take questions.
Absolutely.
Representative Bromley, followed by Representative Almy.
Yeah, can we, thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Let's talk about fentanyl. I'm trying to, in the bill, I'm trying to understand. I see on first page, line 28, talking about some kind of a quantity. So what is the current, has that penalty changed for fentanyl? And can you tell us what that penalty is for fentanyl first time?
Thank you, Representative Abrami. So this bill, the last 2 years, so the reduction in sentencing was my bill from last term. What you see before you includes a friendly amendment from Representative Roy that carried over into this bill. So the fentanyl piece, to directly answer your question, if you read this statute, and what this statute does is it doesn't say if you do X, you get Y punishment. It includes discretion for prosecutors based on everything you read to look at the circumstances of a case and charge accordingly. So if you look, and so I don't have the page, I'm looking at this on my computer screen, but if you look in
If you go to the
section,
PDF version, you'll see the numbering.
yes, so I see, fentanyl, a fentanyl class drug on, I believe, section 3, or section 1, parentheses 3. Fentanyl is crossed out. So prior to this bill, one could possess up to 5 grams of fentanyl. Under the proposal that's before you now, fentanyl would trigger this more serious felony type offense if one were to possess 0.5 gram or more. So 5 grams, which was quite a large quantity for this type of drug, to 0.5. And then if you look further down in the bill, there's a lower threshold of punishment that includes fewer years in prison and so forth. The trigger for this one would be 0.25 grams. So we're really bringing down the amount that one could possess without opening oneself up to serious felony level charges and prison time. I hope that answers your question.
That helps. Thank you.
Representative Almy, followed by Representative Hacken Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On Representative Conley, I think I remember that 0.01 gram of fentanyl could kill a police officer or other person that comes directly in contact with it.
Thank you. So I don't know the weight of a lethal dose of fentanyl. It is a minuscule amount, but if you read the bill, it also includes per gram, including any adulterants. And what we know is that heroin itself is typically not it's less heroin in our state now, and it's fentanyl included with other stuff. So you don't need to have 0.25 grams or 0.5 gram of fentanyl to trigger this. It's the small quantities of fentanyl, whatever is typically included in a street level sale, plus the other stuff that is in it is enough to trigger the higher penalty, if that makes sense.
Thank you very much.
Representative Hacken Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Connolly, thank you so much for your commitment to this type of criminal justice reform, which is probably long overdue, and for your introduction today. You stated that this bill is codifying the practice of many courts across our state and reducing the penalties and sentences attributable to these types of crimes. Would you speak to the penalties side of that detail, and what is the difference between the statute's requirements and the practice of collecting those fines and penalties?
Thank you for that question. So if you look, that the question you asked can be best addressed by looking at the top section of the bill. And what you'll see is, a prison term that may have been 20 years, or excuse me, 30 years before would now have a maximum of 20. The fine would go from $500,000 to $300,000. And I'm just cherry picking. As you read the bill, there are a handful of cases in which years are reduced in a moderate way and fines are reduced. And this is not just someone taking a black marker and crossing stuff off. It's really looking at what's actually being charged to people and what fines are being assessed. So while I can't give you a definitive answer for how much somebody typically gets fined and so forth, the reality is nobody is being fined $500,000 in New Hampshire. Nobody is being fined $300,000. And if they were, it's unlikely that fine would be paid. So this is just bumping it down to a level that is more in line with reality, frankly.
Are you all set, Representative Hackam Phillips? Okay, Representative Herschel Nunes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Conley, for coming in. I'm delighted to see a bipartisan effort, seeing you work with my friend, Representative Seaworth, on this bill. I am a person that believes very much in recovery assistance for people who have dependence issues or things like that. I want you to confirm with me, I'm reading in the methodology that there will be no additional cost to the Department of Justice or Criminal Justice Bureau in this bill. I believe that's what I read in the methodology. Can you just confirm that with me?
Yeah, so I will never say never. I don't know what scenarios one might encounter, but the premise that here is that prosecution costs would go down for fewer felony charges, particularly the first time, right? So the first time possession level would be bumped down to a misdemeanor. Well, now one does not have to adjudicate that process at the Superior Court level. So that's the intent. That's what I foresee happening. That is what the testimony leading up to today has suggested. I can't tell you that nothing would ever lead to a higher cost for the department, but that's the intent, and that's what we've been heard. That's what we've heard.
Thank you, Representative Conley, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Conley. Just two questions, just to clarify. These are for drug possession only, correct? Not for distribution. And number two, go ahead. And number two, I would agree with Representative Almy that even a minuscule amount of fentanyl can be a very dangerous drug. And would you ever consider it being more specific to any possession of fentanyl versus any specific amount? Thank you.
Thank you. So can I answer the second one first? Because I honestly forgot your first one. I'm sorry, and I'll ask you to restate it. But to that question around fentanyl, this is a number that threads the needle of being too harsh for some people and not harsh enough for others. It really comes down in the middle and reflects, I think, I'm not going to say a happy medium when we're talking about a killer drug, but it's really a threshold that law enforcement is comfortable with. I'm seeing head shaking. Let me stop. If the committee wishes to make an amendment to this bill, that is the committee's prerogative, and I'll leave it there.
And his other question was distribution.
Yeah, so this bill, nothing about this is giving a free pass to anyone involved in trafficking. There's a separate trafficking statute. Major traffickers are charged with federal crimes. Trafficking often yields ancillary charges that none of that is touched under this. And that's a good question, and I want to be very clear. This is not about selling. This is possession type offenses.
Thank you. It's just my experience is that any fentanyl is probably very dangerous outside a controlled setting like an operating room. But thank you for your response.
Representative Janesian. John, you have to unmute.
Okay. Sorry about that. My cursor froze for a second. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Conley, for taking my question. As someone who's not that familiar with this topic, I guess I would just ask you, in an era where crime seems to be spiking around the country, are you concerned at all that lessening penalties could encourage additional use and further crime?
Thank you for the question. And this question has been addressed multiple times. Fortunately, I'm comfortable answering it, but through the policy committee. So this has come up last term in criminal justice, this term in criminal justice. And this doesn't mean that somebody who commits a serious drug crime doesn't go to prison. If you read through the bill, you could still be sentenced to life in prison. And there are people in our state serving sentences that include up to life in prison. That wouldn't change under this bill. This is really about possession level offenses, not trafficking, not violence that may occur through drug sales. That's all covered in separate criminal statutes, and they're all. We've heard testimony in criminal justice that our statutes need to come down. None of that would occur. This is really about possession type offenses. And again, when you read through the statute, there's still teeth here. It just means that somebody wouldn't be sentenced to a maximum of 30 years. It might be 20. It might be 5 years instead of 7. That to me is still pretty significant prison time.
Thank you.
Representative Elmy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we put fentanyl at any fentanyl, and since this is possession, most of the people that are on drugs and get some LSD, I didn't know it was still around, or meth or anything like that, that has a small amount of fentanyl in it, will not know until they're dying of it, probably, that they've gotten something with fentanyl. And I'm concerned if we put it down to 0, whether we would be capturing a fair number of people that would not really realize that that's what they had, and whether there's a defense against that ignorance.
Could we talk about the revenue, please?
There is no revenue in this bill. We shouldn't have had this bill. Thank you.
All right, let's hold it down. Anybody else on the panel with questions?
Representative O'Brien.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got another question for you, Representative Connolly. My memory says that just a week or two ago, didn't we have a baby that died in the state because the parents left fentanyl out? And if that is the case, I think it was New Hampshire. I remember reading in the paper, but let's use that example, even if it wasn't New Hampshire, that those folks, the parents could still be charged criminally, couldn't they? For negligence, for allowing that substance to be near the infant? It was fentanyl. I know it was fentanyl.
Thank you, Representative. I'm not familiar with the case, although it sounds like a tragedy that does occur from time to time. So our criminal statutes are voluminous. They cover nearly all scenarios that one might encounter, from reckless behavior to it just runs the gamut. So it's safe to say that if somebody commits the act that you just described, they would be subject to numerous penalties well beyond what is covered in this possession type statute. So the fentanyl piece has been well vetted at the policy committee level. The committee has noted some concerns. These are things we've heard all before, but as I noted, it's the committee's prerogative. To the representative's question, yeah, I mean, there are numerous penalties that person would face under the scenario you described.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the panelists? As we have 3 attendees that want to, signed up to testify. All right, then the first.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to depart the meeting because I'm in committee and I'm being summoned by my chair to do an exec session. But if anyone has questions, I'm happy to talk about this. Representative Seaworth, the other co-sponsors, I'm sure would be happy to answer questions. But I just wanted to say I'll be gone and I won't be able to answer anything that might arise.
Well, thank you, Representative Connolly.
Thank you all. Take care.
Janine, you want to let Mr. Fowler in?
I just did. I hope he's.
Mr. Fowler is a member of the public in support of the bill and said he has 3 minutes he'd like to testify.
Oh, there he is.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman and committee. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Well, thank you all for hearing me out today. And I also sent a letter this morning that will kind of get into the details of why I stand in support of this bill. I'm first and foremost a person in long-term recovery. I both use and sold drugs in New Hampshire for over 10 years and have been in recovery for the past 6 years. I'm a certified recovery support worker and run a harm reduction program in the Upper Valley, New Hampshire and Vermont. I'm currently involved in some research at the Dartmouth Institute, focusing on drug use and healthcare. And I've also done some other research, and I really support this bill with the idea that we're going to not criminalize people with substance use disorders and give them a felony when they're first, for their first mistake, their first charge. And but really, when it comes down to the latter parts of the bill that get into fentanyl and being specific in scheduling, it really makes no sense. It is really inaccurate and complicated. And if we really wanted to save money, given this is kind of the Ways and Means Committee, we would simplify this and not try to criminalize people and argue over fractions of a gram. A lot of my clients in recent years have reported they use 5 to 10 grams of fentanyl a day. The difference being the binding agent, because most of this killer fentanyl we're talking about, the super potent, pure, uncut stuff, doesn't come into New Hampshire in that way. It's usually coming in with a binding agent. It's mostly that binding agent. So people who are low level, substance use disorder, people with a daily habit of 5 to 10 grams are oftentimes mislabeled a dealer. And there's really not much of a difference between a drug user and a drug dealer. They're oftentimes the same person because there's no grocery store to go to. And so I would really advocate for passing this bill, because we know that prohibition doesn't work. The idea seems to make sense at first. If we prohibit something, it will prevent it from happening. But we know that prohibition gave us fentanyl and the overdose crisis and everything before us. We know that this is a system that makes addictive disorders worse, and criminalizing people, taking people into captivity and taking away their rights does nothing to support recovery. And so I love that this bill is moving away from a criminal model and towards a public health model. But I'd really advocate for simplifying the scheduling apparatus rather than complicating it. And there's a whole long discussion for each line item for each drug. It's subjective, it's not based in science. And that's happy to answer questions, but I do think this bill is a step in the right direction. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Fowler. Questions from the committee? Seeing no questions, thank you. The next attendee is Tony Nero. If you could let him in.
Yep, just did. Yep.
And a member of the public from the New Hampshire Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers in support of the bill and would like 3 minutes to testify.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Anthony Nero. I am speaking as a representative of the New Hampshire Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. I have been a criminal defense attorney for over 12 years. I went to private practice in November, so the majority of my career has been with the New Hampshire Public Defender in Rockingham and Hillsborough counties, both north and south. I want to talk today about the financial impact of this bill as it relates to how fentanyl is addressed. The other aspects which the prior speaker just addressed are some social justice issues, which I agree with, but I want to focus on the financial impact here today, though I'll answer questions about any topic at any time. In the 1980s, Congress made a critical error by creating a disparity in sentencing between crack cocaine and powder cocaine. And for decades, poor people and disproportionately Black people found themselves spending a significant periods of time in prison. And this led to a costly spike in the prison population nationwide, and it didn't end the crack epidemic. What it did from the perspective of taxpayers was squander millions and millions of taxpayer dollars. And I'm hoping that we don't make that mistake here in New Hampshire when it comes to fentanyl. Fentanyl is being sold in the same quantities as heroin because that is what people are used to buying. As the prior speaker just noted, if you're a 2 gram a day heroin user, you're going to continue buying 2 grams a day of fentanyl. Now, it's not actually 2 actual grams of fentanyl. It's mostly the binding agent, the adulterants, and what we call on the street cut. So if you're buying a gram of fentanyl or heroin, and everyone, it's interchangeable. They'll say, I need a gram of brown. And they might get heroin, they might get fentanyl, they don't know. But they're not getting an actual gram of fentanyl. It's all cut. And so what is sold is really the adulterants and dilutants. So to say that, well, 5 grams or more, or 0.5 grams or more, including dilutants or adulterants, is going to significantly punish those who possess a substance containing fentanyl, more than one person possessing the same amount of heroin, even though the 2 drugs are being used interchangeably on the street. There's no difference in the mental state for the crime. And this was the problem with the crack cocaine and powder cocaine problem, and it's happening all over again in this bill. We know more about addiction than we did in the 1980s, and we know that we can't incarcerate our way out of the problem. That's not how our taxpayers' money should be invested. We do know that investing in substance abuse treatment, we just heard somebody in recovery for 6 years, investing in substance abuse treatment, which includes our drug courts, which are very successful in the state and we should be proud of, mental health treatment and social services, that's what's effective. And the benefit of combating addiction in an effective way is beyond social. It's also good for the bottom line. It's good for taxpayers. It reduces the amount of money we need to spend on incarcerated people in the short term and long term. Because when you think about the short term, okay, that's $40,000 a year for a prison sentence. But we know about recidivism in this state and how high the recidivism rates are, and parole violations. So they're going back to prison. We also know that once their prison sentence is up, they are going to be more likely to recidivate and commit another crime. So we have long-term costs as well if they don't receive treatment. So investing in treatment rather than increasing penalties for fentanyl possession, which again is treating addicts unequally and is not based in science and is not considering the small amounts of fentanyl in an actual bag compared to the cut, is a problem financially.
Mr. Nero,
I'm sorry. Yes.
the policy has been passed by the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. We're only interested in the revenue aspects of this and the amount of the fines and things. So if you could address that, and you had, I think, signed up for 3 minutes and gone over that. So if you could just, the rest of it, just to address the revenue part of it, I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. And I apologize if I went off your agenda. You know, as far as revenue goes, I don't see a revenue benefit to this statute. I mean, there are mandatory fines. I think the mandatory fines should go away. If you are fining somebody who is a poor addict, whether it's $500 as a mandatory fine or $30,000, which you know they'll never be able to pay, why do we have that provision in the statute? It's not very logical to me. And so that's my position as far as the fines go. I do think, so that's my answer to that question. With respect to Representative Abrami, who asked about the toddler who passed away, sir, that couple was charged with negligent homicide. Just to answer your question about that, it was two parents. They were charged with negligent homicide, and under some circumstances, you could be charged in theory with manslaughter for recklessly causing the death of another person. It all depends on the circumstances. But I just want to answer that question for you.
Thank you, Tony. That was New Hampshire though, right?
Yes, that was New Hampshire. I believe it was a Manchester case, and they were just arrested in Londonderry, I believe, at a truck stop. It didn't. The passing of the child didn't just happen. I think that it happened a while ago, and they just arrested the parents, and that's why it was in the news. But it was undoubtedly tragic, and I think again speaks to the need for addressing the social ills that lead to addiction, so we can have preventative measures to stop tragedies like this from happening.
Thank you.
Right, and they've also, I believe they found a third person that they're planning on charging for the same. That's your testimony, Mr. Nero, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your testimony. Does the committee have any questions to ask Mr. Nero? I don't see any, so we thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for addressing this issue. Have a good day.
The next is a John Brofonsky, who's chief of police in Bedford. He opposes it, and he wants 3 minutes.
And well, it's taken a while.
Yes, good morning, almost afternoon, members of the committee. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is John Brofonsky, and I represent the New Hampshire Association of Chiefs of Police. I'm chairperson of the Chiefs Drug Committee. And just by way of background, I've been in continuous service to the public in a law enforcement capacity for more than 42 years, having served 27 years of my career directly dealing with substance abuse issues. And I've been the chief here coming up on 10 years. The chiefs of police here in the Granite State are vehemently opposed to this bill. The bill, if passed, will reduce the penalties universally used against drug traffickers and not drug users, and have negligible financial impact. These are definitely not nonviolent crimes. In fact, my detectives are working on a death resulting drug case as we speak, as are many other detectives. You most recently have seen cases in Hudson and in Merrimack that produce charges with respect to death resulting cases. And these are definitely not user quantities as have been discussed in previous testimony. The reduction in maximum prison time from 30 to 20 years and from 20 to 15 and from 7 to 5 in various sections of this bill dilutes the strong message against drug dealing and dilutes the ability to obtain just and reasonable sentences in the most egregious cases that we see. In all practicality, very few people are currently sentenced to the maximum term of incarceration. So these charges only serve to hamstring the courts and prosecutors when addressing the most dangerous drug traffickers, not users. By reducing the penalties used to charge drug traffickers who typically are not drug users, we send the wrong message to drug traffickers whose only aim is to make money while destroying the lives of others. In section 1C, page 2 on line 34, the bill proposes to reduce the maximum sentence for less than 1 gram of heroin from 7 to 5 years, yet 1/2 gram equates to 12 bags of heroin or fentanyl, enough to kill 12 people or more, and 1/4 gram equates to about 6 bags of heroin that can kill at least 6 or more people. So the bill proposes the elimination of a 1-year minimum mandatory sentence for selling drugs in or within 1,000 feet of a school. Ladies and gentlemen, we should never lessen the penalties for endangering our children and our youth and the next generation of Americans. In my experience, very few cases of this penalty enhancement are charged. And the reason why is because the penalty enhancement and disincentive is effective. The bill removes the mandatory minimum sentence for not less than 25 years for operating a drug enterprise. These are the worst of drug traffickers. They are responsible for the death and destruction of hundreds of Granite Staters.
Chief,
Yes.
can you concentrate on the revenue aspects of it, primarily reducing?
Sure. The effect here is that the maximum penalties are rarely charged. And as a result, what happens here is the financial impact here is rather negligible. And there's been discussion about whether or not this bill addresses manufacturing or selling. It does. If you look at the first page in the first sentence, it refers to manufacture or sell. The financial impact here is negligible, but the unintended consequences of the message that it sends to drug traffickers who are very well aware of what the quantities are as they relate to drug sentences is enormous. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the real issue here. It sends the wrong message, and the financial impact, while we may be concerned about how much money revenue, it's not going to save any money. It's not going to save any money at all. As a matter of fact, when we look at the costs in terms of the billions of dollars spent in the healthcare system dealing with this system and in drug treatment and prevention, it has probably an increase in what those costs are. So the financial impact, Mr. Chair, is negligible, but the unintended consequences here are enormous.
Thank you for your testimony, Chief. Questions from the committee? Representative Bromley.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Chief. So now I'm really confused because the earlier testimony said that this had nothing to do with dealers or traffickers. But I just read what you just said on that first paragraph, and it does talk about traffickers and so forth. So can you just reemphasize your point, because you feel that this bill does lower penalties for traffickers? Is that your position?
Thank you so much for your question. And yes, it most certainly deals with traffickers. The heavy penalties that you see, 30 years currently in law, and 20 years currently in law, those are sentences related to quantities of drugs, controlled drugs, that are not user possession quantities. They are trafficking quantities. This bill is flying under false colors in that it attempts to reduce the penalties for drug trafficking and not users. It most certainly deals in its, as the first sentences say in this bill, most certainly addresses drug trafficking, but the quantities involved, Representative, are absolutely drug trafficking quantities, not drug user quantities. And the previous testimony with respect to how much fentanyl can kill a person, the amount of fentanyl that can kill a person sits on the head of a pin. The head of a pin.
Right.
That's enough to kill somebody. A police officer and other people, and again, we're dealing with death resulting cases right here in Bedford. We're dealing with the tragedy. These are not victimless crimes, and any death resulting from drug trafficking is not a non-violent crime.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have to remind, policy has been passed. We still have to concentrate on the revenue aspect of this. So, further questions on the revenue aspect, whether we like the policy or not. Representative Almy.
Thank you. I just wanted to tell the chief of police that he's going to have to go to the Senate because we cannot do anything except the revenue.
Thank you, Representative Almy. Representative Southworth.
Thank you. My question's for the chair.
Yes, Representative Southworth.
I know we'll have a work session on this, but I think it's really important that if there is no significant effect on revenue, that's very clear at the start of our work session.
Well, it could have an effect on revenue if we change the fine to some other amount, up or down.
I guess my question just is, so far, the testimony has been that there is no significant effect. And maybe do we use the DRA to make sure that that is true, except for maybe fewer felony cases, which might lower court costs?
The DRA would not be involved with this.
Yeah.
But
I'm just wondering who will clarify that for our committee.
I know. Okay.
Thank you.
And I would imagine that we would hash this out when we have a work session on those bills that we heard today, that it's not clearly how we want to act on them, and we still have some open questions. Anybody else with questions or comments? I do see there's another hand up in the attendees, but I haven't seen that name in the list to testify that was sent to me this morning. Joe Hannon.
Do you want me to allow him to talk, or?
Let's listen to what he has to say. I want to find out.
Okay.
Good morning still, members of the committee. Thank you for listening to me. My name is Joe Hannon. I'm a former member.
Sign up to testify.
I'm sorry?
When did you sign up to testify?
I don't recall. I may not have. I'm not sure. I signed up to testify for a lot of bills and it was on my calendar. So if I did or did not, if I did not sign up, I apologize. But I'm here now. I'd like just a minute or two of your time.
To testify for or against?
In favor of the legislation.
Norm, Joe's a former state rep as well.
Oh, okay. Representative Hannon?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Like Representative Abrami said, I'm a former state representative. I'm a retired doctor. I'm also a person in long-term recovery for over 29 years. I'm very actively involved in the recovery community with several recovery organizations and treatment facilities. I'm also very active in the harm reduction community in New Hampshire. I'd like to start off by saying, I know this isn't policy, but there's a growing body of evidence that longer prison sentences don't mean less crime. And between 1990 and 2005, according to Pew Charitable Trust, time served for drug offenses rose in New Hampshire 14%. And the average cost of keeping each offender in prison at that time, which is 16 years ago, was $21,644 per person they kept in prison longer. That is a significant cost to the state. It's pretty much in line with the same data that the state had access to. They said they hadn't had new data in 15 years. And now I don't feel bad about having old data because they didn't either. But that's a significant cost. Also to the comments about the lethal doses of fentanyl and other drugs. The state routinely sells alcohol, and a lethal dose of alcohol is 5 to 8 grams per kilogram of body weight. That's about equivalent to a liter or a little more of a bottle of spirits, or 4 bottles of wine can kill someone. The state makes hundreds of millions of dollars selling lethal doses of alcohol to people on a daily basis. So I think that, that's one thing to consider. Also, there was mention from a member of your committee that the danger of exposure to police officers and the death possibly resulting is a concern. And there hasn't been a single documented overdose case from incidental exposure contact with fentanyl that's ever been confirmed or withstood any scrutiny. We hear a lot of sensationalized stories. So I think that's something to take into consideration. The cost of keeping people in jail longer is definitely a cost that it needs to be considered by this committee. It was briefly mentioned in the fiscal note, but really I think it needs to be examined further. And also, like Representative Conley said, the fines that are mentioned here, that are changing it to, it's really just changing it to what the judges already are doing. It's not really reducing anything that's not already happening. So this is just almost a procedural change in my mind, as far as what the judicial branch is already doing in many ways. It may change it from the Superior Court to the Circuit Court, but that is also cheaper, something for you to consider per case to prosecute in Circuit Court versus Superior Court. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you for your testimony, Representative Hannon. Any questions from the committee? Representative Almy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Hannon, when this bill obviously does reduce the penalties and time in prison for the big dealers at the same time, is it impossible to create a statute which separates the big dealers from the actual users, including a couple of people that deal for themselves and two friends?
As far as big dealers, I mean, I don't necessarily agree with that terminology, because most people that I know that have dealt in New Hampshire that are in recovery, and there's a lot of research out there that shows most people that are dealing are actually users. So despite what other people said, it's not true. You do have people dealing just for the sake of profit. This does not say you can't charge them. They can still spend 15 years or 20 years in jail as opposed to 30 or life for first offenses. That isn't even happening for dealers. They're not putting dealers, like significant, I guess if you want to use that word, dealers in jail for that period of time on a regular basis in New Hampshire. So, you know, if most people that are dealing are doing it to support a habit, I think that is it's kind of it's a very, not a gray area. I think it's a very dark cloud that's put over people that actually have a problem and need help. And I think a first offense is the best time to find those people and actually offer them help instead of lengthy, unnecessary prison sentences that only cost the state money and don't do anything to prevent crime.
You also represent Almy.
I think this ought to be discussed in a policy committee. So
I agree with you. Representative Yurley.
Yeah, that's what Representative Almy just said. This discussion about the drugs and the effects on individuals had nothing to do with the amount of money coming into the state or the state effects. I really don't understand why we're even hearing this bill, but that's somebody else's decision. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Yurley. Any further questions? If not, I don't see any other hands raised. So I'm going
Ryan Fowler has his hand raised in attendees.
Well, he's already testified.
Yes. Just letting you know.
Okay. Let him in.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm leaving.
And Brian and Mr. Fowler only speak about the revenue aspects. I don't want to hear anything else.
Yes, sir. I'll make it very brief, and it's just in response to the representative from the Police Chiefs Union kind of defending the stance of prohibition and criminalizing this issue and treating this healthcare issue as a criminal issue. And I just would say, you know, where's the evidence? You know, there's no evidence that prohibition works. It's incredibly expensive. And when it comes to an actual fiscal note conversation that we could have, it would be impossible because jails and prisons in New Hampshire don't track recidivism. We don't have the ability to track how effective this is, but we know empirically, and I have bodies of evidence that would support, it doesn't work, and it's huge amounts of money we could be saving. Sorry, sir.
Mr. Fowler, just the revenue aspect, please.
Yeah, I know. It's hard to have that conversation without tracking recidivism and the efficacy of these very expensive endeavors like Granite Shield and criminalizing folks. So if we could compile the cost of what we're doing now, we would see cost savings in reducing criminal charges, in court hearings, you know, incarcerating people, etc. We just need some numbers to start with. And so I would just say we need to track outcomes better. Thank you.
Any questions of Mr. Fowler? Seeing none. Any further questions or comments from the committee members? Seeing none, and I'm closing the public hearing on House Bill 615. The rest of the schedule for today was at 11 o'clock was House Bill 624, and 1 o'clock House Bill, committee work session on House Bill 15. House Bill 624 could go on for quite a while, so my recommendation, and I want the feel of the committee, is that we take a 30-minute break for lunch and come back in a half hour and get into House Bill 624, and then follow that with the work session on House Bill 15. Does anybody have any opposition to that?
Chair, can we check with Representative Voss to see if he's available? That's it. He's prime sponsor on 624.
Let me see.
I don't know if he's out there or not.
Yeah, would you let Mr. Voss in? I mean, Representative Voss. Representative Voss, do you have any problems? Restart your bill in 30 minutes?
No, Mr. Chairman, I can be here in 30 minutes.
Thank you, Representative Voss. Then just mute your video and your audio, and we'll continue in 30 minutes. Jenny, can you let Mike Volson?
Yep.
Okay, I think we can get started. I want to open the public hearing on House Bill 624-FN. An act decreasing the fee to file a petition for a declaratory ruling with the Site Evaluation Committee. Representative Voss is the prime sponsor, so I'll turn it over to Representative Voss. But remind the committee that we're only interested in the fee part of this. The policy has been passed by the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee. So Representative Voss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, colleagues. So to focus on the financials of this bill, by the way, for the record, I'm Representative Michael Bose of Epping. I did submit written testimony on this bill, so you have all the full details about the history of the bill and also the policy issues involved. But to focus solely on the financial aspects of the bill does reduce an existing fee charged by the Site Evaluation Committee for declaratory rulings. There are two levels of fees. One is $10,500 for a ruling from the full committee, and there's another one that's $3,000 for a ruling from a subcommittee of the full committee. This bill reduces that fee to $250, regardless of whether you get a subcommittee or a full committee declaratory ruling. To my knowledge, there have only been 3 declaratory rulings requested of the committee since 2015. So the financial impact of this bill will be extremely small. Now, the Site Evaluation Committee and Ms. Diane Martin, who is chair of the Site Evaluation Committee, as well as the chair of the Public Utilities Commission, is on the call. I believe she was earlier anyway. She can tell you the exact amounts, but the Site Evaluation Committee does request general funding every year. The amounts vary. I believe they have requested $250,000 for this year's budget. Ms. Martin can correct me if I'm wrong about that. In past years, they have gotten general fund amounts of $450,000, $500,000, $380,000, various and sundry amounts. So that's the financial impact of the bill, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions from the committee. Representative Almy, followed by Representative Abrahami.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Vos, do you have any comment on the CEC's reply in the fiscal note?
I'll have to look that up. I'll try to do that, and I'll get back to you. How's that?
Okay, it essentially says that this is going to cost us more money and give us less money, and it may result in the need for additional meetings of the committee, therefore increasing expenditures by an indeterminable amount.
Yes, I'm looking at the fiscal report now, and my response would be that in the past, 6 years since 2015, there have only been a request for 3 declaratory rulings. And I'm not even sure if they were requests for a full committee declaratory ruling, but let's say they were, that would be about $31,500 that the committee has taken in, if you will, from declaratory rulings over the past 6 years. And I can't imagine that if they're getting general fund funding every year of from $250,000 to $500,000, that depriving them of the few dollars that this declaratory ruling fee drop would result in will have that much effect on their operations. Now, you could argue, I suppose, that lowering the fee will stimulate more declaratory ruling requests, but there's been no indication from testimony that we heard that such an increase would occur.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Follow up.
Wasn't this the reason that they were decreasing the fee? Because it would keep ordinary citizens from being able to ask for a hearing, to have to pay 10,000 something.
That's exactly the reason, the policy reason for decreasing the fee is to increase the transparency and the accessibility of the committee to people who otherwise might not be able to request such a ruling because the fees are so high.
Representative Bromley.
I think you answered part of my question with that last response, because there's listed here are 5 different filings: petition for committee jurisdiction, when we're talking about petition for declaratory ruling, certificate of transfer of ownership, request of exemption, request to modify certificate. And they all seem to be basically the same, with the exception of the first one, which is just 10,500 for a full committee review. So is there, from a pure workload standpoint, forget about the fact that there's a political discussion that we just had about lowering the fees so that more people can file. But from a workload standpoint, is there a different amount of work associated for the site evaluation committee related to each of these 5 different requests?
I'll have to defer to Ms. Martin to answer that question. I don't know what the workload of the SEC is for anything, to be honest with you.
Okay, I'll ask her. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Yeah.
Representative
Yes, I have a question.
Representative Ames.
Representative Vos, thank you for coming back again. So the question is whether testimony was or other documents were provided to your committee when you were reviewing this bill on the question of how much it actually costs the site evaluation committee to address a sort of an average, if there's such a thing, an average request for a declaratory ruling, the full committee.
So there was no testimony that indicated how much it cost to process a declaratory ruling. It depends on the request. A declaratory ruling passes judgment on usually a complaint filed against an energy project's owner for violating its site certificate. And so it depends, it probably changes from request to request, depending on what the nature of the request is.
Follow-up?
No, thank you. Thank you.
Representative Janine June.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Vos, for taking my question. My question is, when I look at the estimated on the fiscal note, the estimated increase or decrease. I'm a little surprised it's indeterminable, only because we must have historical data on roughly how many of these declaratory rulings are made each year, and then therefore taking the reductions. Isn't there a way to get that information?
Well, I would imagine there is. We could certainly ask the site evaluation committee. The last time I asked that question of the then administrator, Pamela Moore, she told me there had been 3 requests since 2015.
Okay, follow up.
Oh,
So then obviously if it's 3 requests, we're not talking about a huge difference in money, but therefore is the idea of dropping to, so either people really aren't interested in that, you know, to a great degree of getting these declaratory rulings, or is it the belief that there's a lot of people that want them, but the price is just too high?
We did hear testimony to that effect, although I wouldn't characterize that there were a lot of people who wanted them. The issue is when somebody does want a declaratory ruling, if it's too expensive for an average citizens to get that declaratory ruling, then they're essentially locked out of the process, which makes the whole site evaluation committee process less transparent and less accessible to the general public, which diminishes, and this is a policy issue, not a financial one, but it diminishes the credibility of the site evaluation committee if people don't trust that they're doing what they're supposed to do correctly. If they can't see what they're doing, then how can they trust and know what they're doing?
One more follow up.
oh,
So I guess my concern then would be, I certainly, transparency is certainly always a plus. I guess my concern would be, we have no way of knowing whether this will overwhelm the system by dropping the fee so low, or do we?
No, we do not have any way of knowing, but if we use history as a guide, if there have been 3 requests over the past 6 years, that's an average of 1/2 request per year, then we can estimate that there will be the system will not be overwhelmed.
Thank you.
Representative Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again, Representative Voss. Mr. Chair, this question kind of gets to understanding what declaratory ruling is, so that we better make a better judgment about what that fee should be. So can I ask the question?
Yes.
What exactly is a petition for declaratory ruling?
Typically it asks a question of the site evaluation committee about whether a site certificate's terms and conditions are being met or violated.
Okay, that helps. Thank you.
Mhm.
Representative Elliott. Representative Elliott, you're muted.
Thank you. I'm wrestling with the question of how can it go from costing $10,000 or $3,000 down to $250? Do they get a refund, those people that paid the $10,000? I mean, how much does this actually cost? Do you know?
I was asked that question earlier. Thank you, Representative Elliott. And I deferred it to Ms. Martin. She can do a better job of explaining exactly how much it costs the committee to perform one of these declaratory ruling, to create a declaratory ruling. But
to testify next.
Okay, I'll leave it there then.
Okay, since I see no other hands, then would you let Mrs. Martin in, Janine? Mrs. Martin is representing the New Hampshire Site Evaluation Committee. She's neutral on this, and she wants to testify.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Diane Martin, and as you've heard, I am the chairwoman of the Site Evaluation Committee, as well as the Public Utilities Commission. And I am here today essentially to answer your questions. I know that there have been a lot of questions that I just heard related to funding, past number of these types of proceedings and that kind of thing. So I'm happy to answer any and all of those questions to the extent I have that information with me.
I guess the first question is, how much does it cost for a declaratory judgment?
Okay, so we've had 3, as Representative Bose said, historically, and I will preface all this by saying I became the chair of both in the end of 2019. So I actually have not had a declaratory ruling come before me during that time, but prior to my joining, there were 3. And the numbers that I have, they range from a little bit under $2,000 in costs associated with it. And the most expensive, the one with the highest cost billed to and paid by the SEC was $10,898. So it's a range, and I think that gets to the question somebody else asked, which is, what does it take to do one of these types of proceedings? And I think the issue for the Site Evaluation Committee and funding it is that it's not ever the same. Most cases are entirely different. And so you may be able to resolve one case in just a few proceedings, and others may take a significant number of proceedings. So it really depends upon the question that comes before the committee. And another piece I just want to quickly explain is the committee is made up of both agency members, state agency members, and those are very high level members. So your Department of Transportation commissioner is on the committee, and it's not her or designate, it's her. So we have to have that commissioner if we're going to have a public meeting of that committee. Your DES commissioner is the vice chair. I'm the chair. It's a lot of people who also have a lot of other things going on. And so those folks only get reimbursed for the state expenses after 3 days of worth of proceedings. You also have public members who have to be compensated for all of their time. And every subcommittee has public members. So there's always going to be an expense associated with whatever we do. In addition, the statute provides for an administrator who obviously would be a consistent expense throughout. So costs can vary. I guess that's my point. And there's no real way of saying what one of these would cost.
You mentioned administrator. Do you have an administrator at present where you're not having these declaratory judgments?
No, the position is vacant, and that's another point worth making. There is no other staff for the committee, and so essentially it's me at the moment.
So do you staff up when required?
The administrator had been in place for a few years, and she just took another position in the fall. There was a hiring freeze, and we also did not have general funding in this biennium. There was instead a footnote that provided for me to go to fiscal if the fees were not sufficient. And so I actually just went a couple weeks ago for the first time, and I was given about $95,000 for the fiscal year for this operation. And that covered, the majority of that was to cover the expenses for that administrator while she was actually there.
Well, thank you. Representative Bromley.
Thank you for your testimony. So when you look at the 5 types of filing fees that are listed in the bill here, only one is being changed. How do you compare one to the other in terms of the average amount of work. Is a declaratory ruling petition less than the others? Is there any one type of, petition for committee jurisdiction, certificate of transfer of ownership, et cetera? They tend to take more time than the petition for declaratory ruling in general.
Applications for certificates are, I think, by far the most expensive, and that would be things like, we just had the Chinook Solar project, and so there was an application for fee related to that. Obviously, Northern Pass was one of the applications for certificate. Those tend to be larger proceedings that go on for longer. Declaratory ruling, I think, just based upon the numbers I'm seeing, they look like they tend to be less significant in the amount of resources required to accomplish them.
An example, a follow-up. Let's use the Northern Pass example. What was that under? That was a certificate?
Yes, that was an application for certificate.
Right. So clearly that went well beyond the 10,500 that's here, correct? In terms of what it cost, actual expense, is that correct?
Yes. The application fee for that was actually, and these are not definite numbers, but this is what I have in front of me, $626,000.
Right. So there's really, these fees seem to have been set a while ago, and they all seem to be basically the same. And it's really hard to compare apples to apples here. It appears that there are some that will exceed the 10,500, no question, most of the time. Is that a correct statement?
Some of the different types that are set forth in the statute, yes,
right.
Absolutely. Right. I think the majority will exceed the 10,500 that currently is established for the petition. I think in this case, it's really just what I wanted to highlight is that these fees don't necessarily cover the costs. And so reducing the fee will obviously create a greater disparity to the extent that they don't cover the costs.
Okay. Thank you. There's others. Thank you very much.
Okay. I have a further question on that. Under section 2, it has the filing fees, and there's 5 different filing fees. And we're dealing only with the declaratory ruling. But the other 4, the fees are essentially the same. How much activity is in those other 4 types of fees?
Petition for committee jurisdiction, we have one that was just filed. In the time that I've been at the SEC, there has been, from my perspective, very little activity for new types of applications or filings. So we had the Chinook Solar filing. We've now got a petition for committee jurisdiction. And that's all we've had since I came in 2019. I think the distinction and the issue that is also at play is that there is a requirement of compliance with the certificate, as Representative Bose mentioned. And so that involves post-certificate work. You won't see a filing fee related to that because there isn't one. And so there's just an ongoing issue, I think, related to the funding of this committee and the work that needs to be done.
On the 5 different types of committee petition for committee jurisdiction for declaratory ruling, certificate transfer, request for exemption, request to modify, are they handled by the same people or different people?
So there is a group that makes up the committee. It's state agency members and public appointees. And so essentially, if it's a public meeting, it's generally the whole committee. If it's one of these and a subcommittee is permitted, then I can determine which to use and assign a subcommittee. So it does vary, although the committee is consistent.
And do they feed into one fund or they have 5 separate funds?
Oh, the fees all go into the same fund, the SEC fund, although they are intended to be used for that particular proceeding. But it goes into that fund and then it's expended from that fund.
So then would I say then that the other 4 sets of fees then would offset any loss for the declared ruling fees?
If there were an excess, that could be possible. That hasn't been my experience since being there because we haven't had a lot of filings. For
Okay.
example, the petition for committee jurisdiction that we just received was filed by a group of residents, and under the statute, that allows for filing without a fee. And so we need to do that proceeding, which will have a cost, but there is no fee related to that for those types of filers.
Well, thank you. Representative Almy.
Thank you. I'm getting more questions as we go along. It says here in the statute that committee jurisdiction is 10,500, but you just said somewhere in the statute, I guess, that if it is a group of community members, which I thought is what this was about, that they don't have to pay anything?
Yes, and I apologize, I don't have that statute in front of me at the moment, but yes, if it is filed with a number of residents signing a petition, there will be no fee. If the committee accepts jurisdiction and the project goes forward, that fee can be assigned to the actual company doing the project. But if the committee does not accept jurisdiction, that proceeding will have had no funding mechanism.
Further follow-up. So in any of these cases, if it is community members who put together a petition, then they don't have to file for a fee. And if the ruling is against them, then there would be no money for the work you'd done. If the ruling was for them, then the company would have to pay the fee.
You've got that right, except that it is limited to number 1 in the list on section 2. Yes, number 1, petition for committee jurisdiction, the $10,500 fee. That is the one where that applies. It does not apply in the petition for declaratory ruling setting.
Could I ask a further follow-up just quickly?
Follow-up.
Thank you. So if we put that same stipulation into number 2, which apparently would be the community getting together to say, look, this company said that it was not going to create a ash pit that could come down and go into a river or something like that, then they would not have to pay to file that petition. Could we put that in there as well? And how would we do it?
You could certainly create something that would be similar to that. I haven't looked at how that would best be done, but I think you could certainly apply something like that to this. I'm trying to think about how, I suppose the problem is a petition for declaratory ruling really is related to the applicability of the statutes or rules to the petitioner. And so there are other statutes at play related to what I'll call a complaint. 162H12 is called enforcement, and it provides for a determination that a condition or term of the certificate is not being followed. by the committee. And so whether or not that's a declaratory ruling, I think there are differing opinions. And I raise the point to say, under 162H12 enforcement, there is no fee for bringing that, for bringing a complaint, and the action is taken by the committee to determine whether there's been a violation. So I just want to be careful about suggesting that petition for declaratory ruling is the only way in which a lack of compliance by a company with a certificate would be determined.
Representative.
Janine. Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, so as I look at these, it looks like if the full committee rules on, whichever aspect it is, whether it's 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, then it's a $10,500 fee. And it looks like if it's a 3-member board for items 2 through 5, it would only be $3,000, presumably because the cost is less. So, and I'm noticing the change to this rule is that, or not rule, but this area of the law would be $250 with no discrimination between a full committee hearing it and a 3-member subcommittee. So I guess I'd like your opinion on, wouldn't it make sense for, I don't know, if the full committee is hearing it, it's 3 times whatever the cost is. If we agree with the $250, then it would be $750, I suppose, for the full committee, $250 for the 3-member. And, I mean, I'm presumably because the cost is a lot more for the full committee to hear it.
The costs are without question higher if you have a full committee, because you'll have more public members on the full committee, and you're going to have a larger number of folks who would have to be paid, particularly if it goes more than 3 days. So I think there is a distinction in cost. Whether you reflect that in the fee is in the legislature's purview. But I think that the point I'm trying to make is that in either scenario, $750, $250, it won't fund the costs of that proceeding. It will fall short. And I want to clarify on the general funds. Again, I wasn't there in the last biennium, but there was a footnote that that in this biennium, there's a footnote. So there were no general funds appropriated as part of the biennial budget. There was a footnote saying if there weren't enough fees, you need to go to fiscal and get funding. In the prior biennium, there was a provision in the law that said that up to, I believe, $480,000 could be spent from the Renewable Energy Fund. And so that money in the prior biennium came from the Renewable Energy Fund as opposed to general funds.
Representative Bernstein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Martin, for taking my question. So let me see if I have this correct. If I file a petition by myself, it could cost $10,500 or maybe $3,000 to follow that. But if I get my friend, let's say Representative Malloy, to file with me, then there's no fee whatsoever?
It's significantly more citizens than 2 that need. I wish I had the statute in front of me, and I apologize. I can get you that information, but it is a larger group of residents that have to join together, sign a petition, and that has to be presented to the committee. But again, that only relates to petitions for committee jurisdiction. So it does not relate to the petition for declaratory ruling provision that's being amended here.
Okay, if you could get us the details on that, I would appreciate that.
I will do that.
Follow up. I know you haven't been there that long, but how many times have you heard an individual say, hey, I would have filed, but I just can't afford, the cost? I'm trying to determine maybe what elasticity of demand is and.
I have not heard that, and I have not heard that said while I've been there, but like I said, there has been what I would consider a lull in filings generally for the SEC. There have only been 2 during the entire time I've been there.
Okay, thank you very much.
Representative Spilsbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my understanding that the Science Technology Committee split 11-10, and that the difference between those 2 groups was simply over whether this reduction should also apply to business interests. In other words, it looked like they were all comfortable with lowering the fee for residents, but they were divided on the question of business interests. Is that even a workable distinction?
I think it could be a workable distinction. I mean, I think the legislature could define these kinds of things however they want to, like they did with the groups of residents. You could come up with categories of folks for any of the fees, I would think.
And follow up, please.
A follow up.
So if the distinction was workable on some level, would it make sense that the disparity be $250 on the one hand and $10,500 on the other hand? Or if the distinction was being made, would there be some different set of figures that would make more sense?
I think whether the legislature wants to make it easier to access the committee for certain types of filings for certain groups of people. I think that's a decision for the legislature to make. If they were to do that, I think it really depends on what your goal is. Do you want the business to pay the full costs in line with what I read you earlier? And the lower fee to really not reflect costs? I think it really depends upon what the goal of the legislature is related to doing that.
Thank you.
Representative Almy, followed by Representative Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm getting more and more confused about what declaratory ruling is. The petitions, the 3 petitions earlier, were they filed all by what you'd call business interests, opposed or for the project that they were talking about? I had thought that it was supposed to be a complaint about noncompliance after the fact, but it appears that that's done somewhere else.
So there was one filed it was a petition for declaratory ruling of the Antrim Win opponents. That was the $10,898 cost. There was a petition for declaratory ruling brought by 17 towns. And in that case, the costs were $5,936. And the last one was a petition for declaratory ruling of New Hampshire Transmission LLC, which would be an entity. And that was the least expensive at $1,644. So I think the answer is it's all different kinds of petitioners.
Okay.
But 2 of them are citizens groups, it looked.
You also, Representative Bromley. Almy. Representative Bromley.
Yes.
Pat, you're muted. Pat, you're muted.
I actually have a question for Representative Voss when we're at that point.
Any
It may not hurt to
questions
ask him
for-
now, and then maybe continue dialogue.
So Representative Voss, would you take the question?
Yes, I'll take any questions.
I just want to clarify, Representative Spilsbury gave us the vote tally from your committee, but I just double checked. It looks like it passed out of your committee, this bill passed out of your committee 19-1. Am I correct on that? I'm looking
No,
at.
that was a typo in the House calendar. It should have been
Oh,
11 to
that was
9.
With the typo, right. Yeah, what was the final vote?
11 to 9.
It was 11-9, okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
It's Diane Martin again. I apologize. I need to excuse myself to go do a hearing. And so if it's permissible to you, I will provide my information to you for the committee. And I will also provide the information requested by Representative Burstein and any other information you need in writing.
That
I'm sorry, I missed that.
will be okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
All right, have a good day.
Okay. Representative Bromley, are you through? You have a question?
Well, it's another question for Representative Voss.
Follow up?
Yes, that's fine.
Representative Almy posed different solution to this. I just wanted your reaction to that.
Refresh my memory what her different solution was.
It was to treat it like one of the others.
Section 1.
Right, the Section 1. Member Zalmi, can you help me out and
Yes, we've been told that petition for committee jurisdiction is on the fee is not required when it is community members doing a petition, which if it was applied to petition for declaratory ruling, for the past 3 that they've had, 2 of those groups would have been community groups, and they would not have had to pay the fee.
So is the question, is that an acceptable alternative to reducing the fee?
Yes, that would be my question.
Okay, I would say that would depend on the number of people who are required to sign the petition. There are situations where, and I can give you a concrete example if you want, the Antrim Wind Project in Antrim, there are abutters who live near those wind turbines who believe that those turbines are exceeding their sound limits. But there may not be enough of them to qualify for a petition. I don't know what the number of petitioners has to be, but Ms. Martin made it sound like that it's more than just a few. So that would preclude those people from making a complaint to the site evaluation committee. And I think that's wrong. I think that these people need to have access to the committee to address their complaints, number one, and also to make the rest of us have a reasonable amount of trust that the site evaluation committee is doing its job to protect people from energy projects that don't follow their site certificate terms and conditions.
Okay, thank you.
And would you suggest a number, Representative Voss?
Number of petitioners? Yeah, sure. I would say 2 or more.
Oh, wow. Okay. Further questions? Any further questions? Let's see if there's anybody else to testify. Oh. I don't see anybody signed up on the attendee list. So if there's no further questions, then I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 624-FN. From the discussion thus far today on the 5 bills that we heard, looks like we need a general work session. And I'll get that scheduled. We will go into the full committee work session on House Bill 15-FN now. Let me pull that up. And that's an act relative to including under the Meals and Rooms tax facilitators of internet transactions of motor vehicle rentals and facilitators of internet transactions of room occupancy. Representative Baxter had come up with an amendment. And I believe the latest amendment is Amendment 0599H. Is that correct, Representative Baxter?
Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Is the latest amendment 0599H?
I'm not sure which one is which off the top of my head, Mr. Chair, but I did just want to ask, I know Representative Nunes sent you an email about if we could caucus on HB 15 before we had a work session. And I'd just like to request that as well.
We can caucus if we were at the LOB, but to be able to caucus now, we'd have to terminate the meeting. I think what we should do is the committee as a whole continue the discussion, and then when we meet tomorrow, when the committee as a whole completes their discussion, we will ask the Democrats to leave and the Republicans to stay, and then we can caucus and then continue our discussion after the caucus when we meet tomorrow.
Excuse me.
So, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, are you suggesting that we should caucus after today's meeting or tomorrow?
After today's meeting. Because if we terminated our meeting right now, then we, as a committee as a whole, we couldn't discuss it. We wouldn't be discussing House Bill 15. I would like to discuss House Bill 15 as a committee as a whole to see what all the issues are. And then after that, then we'll end the discussion and caucus. Okay.
Chairman Major,
Yes.
somehow we can't see you anymore.
Oh, I forgot my.
Oh, it's your folder. Oh, okay, sorry.
Sorry about that. So
Yeah, we wouldn't be voting until tomorrow, though. We wouldn't be voting until tomorrow, correct? If we voted.
So we will not be voting today. We'd be voting tomorrow.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I want to hear what Herschel Nunes, Representative Nunes thinks about that, but I think that should be fine. And I'm going to pull up the amendment number for you real quick.
Okay. And so we will have a work session on House Bill 15 as a full committee. And then after the work session, and we've closed the work session, we can hold a caucus and decide what our position will be for tomorrow. And hopefully we can exec it then, I hope.
Just a question. We're in a public meeting on this site that we're on, however you refer to it. And I want to be sure that you can transition, as you suggested, into a Republican caucus without leaving this meeting and convening your own meeting.
What I would do, and I would try this, is that all the Democrats drop off and then make sure there are no attendees. And the only ones left would be Republicans, and then we could hold our caucus. If we can't do that, then we'd have to drop off. And then I would have to send a link to the Republican members and hold a caucus later on in the afternoon.
Representative Major, I'm sorry for interrupting, but that is what you will have to do. We'll have to turn off this meeting. We're not able to facilitate caucuses.
Okay, then that's what I will do. After this meeting, I would send a link to the Republican members to meet for a caucus later this afternoon. Thank you, Jen. Okay, on House Bill.
Representative Major, there are two of us with our hands up still from the conversation.
Representative Almy.
I think that Representative Nunes was first and his hand is still up, but.
Representative Nunes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Almy. That was very kind of you to recognize that I was waiting. Mr. Chairman, I agree with Representative Baxter. I do think that we need to caucus. If we're going to do a work session today, we'll just be gathering information, correct, so that we can talk about it privately later, because I think we have some points that we want to bring up to you.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Almy?
Thank you. If that is so, we're going to need a work session tomorrow, since the Democrats won't know what this extra information is. But I would like to request that whatever this amendment, newest amendment is, that it get sent to us, even if it was sent to us earlier, so that when we caucus, we can look at it. And we are ready to caucus. We've got a backup system.
Well, I think the amendment we're talking about is Amendment 5998. Is that correct, Representative Baxter?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
And everybody should have a copy of 5998.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Nunes, can we just have Representative Baxter email that to the Ways and Means Committee again so that everybody can have a fresh copy?
Thank you, Representative Nunes.
Or share the screen.
Well, if they share the screen now, we've got to figure out how to get it down.
Yeah, just send it out.
Yeah, let me send that out.
I just want to see with Caroline. Okay, we don't have anybody from the DRA. Yeah.
Pardon me, Representative Major, but I let all three of them in already.
Oh, you did?
I did.
Oh, good.
Hope that was okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, it's Pat. It wouldn't hurt to have him put the amendment up on the screen for us.
All right. Jen, do you have a copy of that amendment that you can put on, or Janine?
I don't, but
Can Representative Baxter do it?
right, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to pull it up or would you like me to email it to Jen? Because I've heard both.
Why don't you pull it up? Because everybody should have a copy of this.
You can send it out later too, just to make sure everybody has it.
Yeah, good.
Because there was.
All right, hold on. Just give me one moment. I'll pull that up for you guys.
And we need to know that DRA has seen it and what they think of it.
While we're waiting for it to come up, I just want to clarify, is this the same amendment that we looked at when we were last discussing?
I believe so.
That's correct.
Okay, so we've discussed this, and DRA was here and maybe they've had more thought about it. But I'm not sure I understand why we're going to go forward with more discussion when it's clear that on the Republican side, there needs to be a discussion. I think that's what Representative Baxter was asking for.
Representative Baxter is going to have it pulled up on the screen.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I do have the amendment now, so I can pull it up if I have the ability to share the screen. But I know Representative Almy as well suggested that we're going to need a work session tomorrow based off what comes from our caucus. And to Representative Ames's point, it may make more sense to have one work session instead of two, but I'll leave that to you, Mr. Chair, as well as the fellow committee members.
Let's pull the amendment up.
Can you see my screen, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, can you make it a little smaller so we can see more of it? There's not many lines there.
How about that? Is that better?
Yeah, right, that's fine. All right, make it a little bit larger.
Make it larger?
Yeah. And you can scroll up on it because we don't need to see your name. Right there, that's it. There's the whole amendment.
And Mr. Chair, just to remind the fellow committee members, this is the amendment that we discussed about before, as Representative Ames brought up. And this amendment was written by DRA. Same amendment. The purpose is to make sure that we are not taxing travel service agents. And the change from my original amendment is instead of exempting by occupation, it exempts by the service provided. So we don't wholly exempt someone or a business rather.
Any comments, Representative Southworth?
Thank you. Again, I'm not sure exactly what we're doing right now. My understanding is that DRA does not feel that an amendment is necessary. And so I'm a little confused.
Carolyn or Melissa, do you have a comment on this amendment? Do you feel it's necessary or would it help? Is it necessary?
Hi, Representative Major. This is Carolyn Lear, Assistant Commissioner with the New Hampshire Department of Revenue. So I think I'll try to summarize as best I can where we stand based on our understanding, which is our feeling is that an amendment is not necessary, but we were asked to assist Representative Baxter with the creation of an amendment. And we believe that this amendment is safer, at least, than the one initially proposed.
Okay.
To your question.
So you would have no problem with the bill being amended with this amendment?
I would say that's an accurate statement. We'd have no problem with this bill being amended. I believe during the last work session, Representative Ames had asked the specific question whether this has the potential to cause confusion. And my answer to that question was, I think anytime that you add really specific language carving out a particular industry, that there's the potential to cause confusion, but I'm relatively comfortable with this as drafted.
Yeah, and the whole idea of the amendment is is that we needed to clarify to make sure that travel agents who are just doing their business as travel agents weren't being taxed. Representative Herzl Nunes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I like the amendment because I just want to remind everybody, and maybe you guys can keep me honest. We've talked about this bill several times now. We've had a couple of work sessions, we've heard hearings, we've heard testimony, and it all came down to the fact that we had questions about the travel agents, and that's why we went for having an amendment to begin with, is because there was a question about the travel agents. And then in testimony from the DRA, there was conversation about confusion with the Rules Committee. And that is where I think confusion sets in for a lot of people. If I remember correctly, our representative from the DRA didn't know whether or not the Rules Committee was going to have an issue with the original bill. That's why we went for an amendment, and the first amendment wasn't acceptable, so we worked on a second amendment. And this amendment clearly states, I think, what the Rules Committee will need in order to make their rule around this statute. And I don't remember the representative's name that's with us today because I can't see the whole screen right now. So I apologize, ma'am. Will you just clarify that that's the process that we went through in order to make sure that it was the charge that was being talked about and not the travel agent as whole business per se? And that's why we wanted this amendment.
I would just clarify, Representative, thank you for the question. My comments about being concerned with the outcome before the Rules Committee were specific to the first amendment that Representative Baxter had drafted. My concern was that JAILCAR could interpret that language as being broader than what was intended, and that therefore our attempts to enact rules construing it narrowly would be seen by JAILCAR as not being consistent with that amendment. We do not have any concerns about our ability to effectively enact rules under the bill as drafted. It was very specific to the language in that first amendment.
May I follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Follow up.
Thank you, ma'am. Again, I'm confused because I believe that we wanted to make sure that we defined down to make sure that the travel agencies weren't being charged something they shouldn't be charged. And does this amendment not clarify that?
No, I believe the amendment certainly clarifies that. I'm not sure that this is an issue that requires clarification, but certainly don't get a vote in that that question. I think that we could adequately answer the question relative to travel agents based on how the bill is currently drafted.
Thank you.
Tim Baxter, Representative Baxter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to speak to that discussion that was just going on. And we've got a bill that's pretty popular overall in terms of the intent as written. And the only hang up that I've heard from interest groups and stakeholders and people in my community is this potential issue of travel agent services being taxed. And while I respect the DRA's perspective that an amendment isn't needed, not all interest groups and stakeholders agree with that view, which is why I felt strongly about proposing an amendment. This current amendment is written by DRA, and I've worked with them to make sure we have an amendment that's suitable. But with the amendment, that's going to alleviate the only major concern that's lingering for some interest groups and stakeholders, as well as some fellow members on the committee. And I think with this amendment that the DRA has written and that she just spoke to, that she's relatively comfortable with, she did write the amendment. I think it would be able to be very easily with this amendment. So, you know, I don't really see the harm. My perspective is we should do it once and we should do it right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Baxter. Representative Almy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is a lot cleaner way to do this, but it depends on the members' understanding of how jail car works and how the legal process works. And that would be to put into the blurb, the majority blurb, on that the intent of this bill is on not to tax the services of travel agents. And that would be read by jail car and would be respected by the DRA. If it wasn't respected by the DRA, it would be read by jail car and they would insist. So it would avoid having to put into statute a specific occupation after which other occupations might try to say, well, maybe I would get involved too. It is an alternative way to do this, which I hope the majority will consider when you go to caucus. Thank you.
Representative Nunes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to Representative Almy, I believe the amendment takes that out of occupation and puts it down to the charge, not to the occupation. That's what the amendment's about.
Further questions or discussions?
Just a request.
Representative Ames.
I'm not sure where things were left in terms of sending out that amendment, but please do to all of us so that we can have it when we're deliberating in caucus.
It will be sent out again this afternoon.
And I took a screenshot.
Well, you're smarter than I am.
It should be showing
I
up.
can share the screenshot.
It will be sent out this afternoon. Tim, would you make sure it gets out to the full House?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right, any further discussion on this? Looks like it's the only hang up on passage of House Bill 15.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry,
Representative
Schamberg or Ames, either one.
Representative Schamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question. What does the Wayfair decision enter into this when the facilitator is not located within the state, but is in another state? And will the DRA be going after that facilitator to pay the tax? I've heard a lot of arguments when we were discussing Wayfair. How South Dakota could come here and request our companies to pay a tax. How does the Wayfair decision play with facilitators that are not located in the state, and New Hampshire is going to go out and try and get this meals and rooms money?
Carolyn, could you respond to that?
So certainly the Wayfair decision does come into play here in that you do have remote sellers located in another state renting property here in New Hampshire. In that sense, I think the Wayfair decision is helpful, but not strictly necessary, because I think the difference between normal sales is, in this instance, I think we would assert that the remote sellers do have adequate contacts here in New Hampshire because they're controlling the rental of property located here in New Hampshire. I don't know that we would really need to rely on the Wayfair decision to adequately audit and force compliance for those remote sellers.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, I just had a quick comment.
Representative Ames.
Thank you. I wanted to pick up on, I think it was your Chairman Major's comment that this is basically a good bill that most, if not all of us, agree with. And that's great. And I think in looking at this question of language and travel agents and other stuff that surrounds that, we're just all trying to get to a point that that clarifies and perfects this bill. And in looking at the language that has been developed the first time around, my initial reaction was that it created potential confusion or gaming of the system. And but I'm going to look at it again, and I hope we all do. My sense at this moment is that we're better off with the without the amendment, but I will look at it.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments on House Bill 15 as the with the amendment? All right, I don't see it. So this work session on House Bill 15 is over. I will send a link out to the House Republican members for a caucus this afternoon at, can we say 2:30, which is 45 minutes from now. Anybody got a problem, or should we go to 3?
What was the number? 2:30?
2:30.
Yeah.
That's 45 minutes from now. All right.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Representative Almond.
I'd like the Democrats to assemble. I presume we still have a working link from Representative Gorg on, say, 10 minutes after we close this so that we can not interfere in the middle of the rest of our afternoon.
2
That's
o'clock.
okay with all of them. 2 o'clock?
Could
Oh
that-
dear. Okay, 2
could that be
o'clock.
sent-
It's 2 o'clock, okay, for the Republican.
Can that need to be sent again by Representative Gorg?
Of course.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
can you tell us what we're doing tomorrow beyond this bill?
Oh, the big thing tomorrow, there's a couple of things. We have to look at the implication of single sales factor issue. We also want to look at all the issues brought up on House Bill 2. And anything else to do with the revenue implications.
Can I chime in on that sales factor thing?
Yes.
So we passed House Bill 281 out of Ways and Means 22 to nothing, which extends the date out to 2026 from 2022. The Finance Committee is now looking at that and asking us if they put this into House Bill 2, House Bill 281 into House Bill 2, that they're asking, what do we think the impact would be on our revenue estimates for 2023?
Right, I sent that to all members of the House Ways and Means Committee.
Okay, but I just want to make sure everybody understands, and hopefully everybody thinks about that. I know I personally reduced my estimates when I did mine because of a single sales factor. But if there's not going to be single sales factor, meaning nothing is going to change from existing other than market-based sourcing, which is in place this year, does that change people's thinking about 23, fiscal 23 for single sales factor? That's what we're going to be talking about tomorrow. One of the things. Thank you.
And we need to come up with something to help Finance Committee out on this. All right, anything else you want to bring up before we terminate this? Then So what time is it now? I think we'll stick with 2:30 for the Republicans to meet. And I'll send you out the link. Thank you, everybody.
You, bye.
Bye.